Good evening, dear friend. I'm glad you've chosen to spend this quiet hour together. Tonight, we'll step softly into another time, another London, Victorian London, where pennies were counted not for sweets or trinkets, but for a night's rest on a hard bench or a wooden box called a coffin bed. Before we begin, make yourself comfortable. Perhaps dim the lights. Let the hum of a fan or the soft tick of a clock be your companion. Some of you may be listening by the glow of a fireplace, or with the window open to a gentle night breeze. Wherever you are, settle in. This will be a long, unhurried journey, a story meant to steady your thoughts and perhaps carry you toward sleep. If you find comfort here, you might tap the little heart or subscribe so these stories can find you again. And if you feel like it, share in the comments where you're listening from, whether it's a quiet farmhouse in the Midwest, an apartment above a city street, or a place tucked beside the sea. Now let us step softly into our first chapter, into a moment as small as a coin turning in the palm. A single penny warms quietly in the palm. The night was colder than it had been the evening before. The fog lay close against the stones, muting the rattle of carriage wheels, making even footsteps sound softer, almost swallowed by the city itself. In that grayness, a hand closed around a coin, a penny, smooth from years of use. It was not wealth, not even security for more than a single night, but in that hand, it seemed to hold a kind of weight, as though it contained both memory and promise. The penny was warm because the hand had been rubbing it for some time, back and forth, thumb over metal, as if by that motion alone the coin might multiply or change its value. And while the world around bustled on its grand scale, with warehouses busy at the docks, great houses lit with music and laughter, this single coin was, for its owner, the hinge upon which the night would turn. Nearby, a lamplighter moved slowly down the street, ladder rising, taper reaching, flame touching wick. Each lamp blinked awake with a soft halo, glowing against the fog. The man descended, folded his ladder, and shuffled onward, leaving behind pools of light, small islands in the sea of mist. The coin caught one of those gleams for an instant, winking faintly before disappearing back into the pocket's dark. It is worth pausing here, because this is where stories of survival often begin, not with grand speeches or heroic gestures, but with a coin pressed flat against the skin, a reminder that choices are measured by the smallest of currencies. With a penny, one might buy a seat in the penny sit-up, a place on a hard bench inside a shelter, forbidden to lie down, nudged awake if the head fell too low. Without it, one might wander the streets until dawn, or find a quiet doorway, risking the constable's heavy hand on the shoulder. The thought of such a night was enough to make that penny feel almost luminous in the palm. It carried memory, too, of better nights long ago, when beds had pillows and blankets smelled faintly of lavender. Memory can be cruel on nights like this, but it can also be what keeps the feet moving, what convinces the body that morning is worth waiting for. From a doorway came the smell of baking bread. The bakery was nearly closed, but the scent lingered, reminding every passerby of warmth they could not afford. The coin shifted again, thumb rolling over it, as though tempted to trade one night's shelter for the quick comfort of food. Hunger clawed, yes, but cold was merciless. The choice had already been made before the question was fully formed. Shelter first. Always shelter first. A church bell rang the hour, low and sonorous, vibrating through the mist. It startled a group of sparrows from the eaves. They scattered like scraps of soot into the night sky. For a moment, silence followed, broken only by the faint hiss of a gas lamp and the drip of water from a roof's edge. The penny felt heavier then, not because its weight had changed, but because the whole future of the night seemed tied to it. That little disc of copper carried dignity too, the kind that comes from having earned it rather than begged for it. Work had been scarce, sometimes unloading carts at Covent Garden, sometimes carrying crates until the arms ached. But work, even a morning's worth, meant a coin that came from one's own labor. It was a fragile kind of pride, but pride nonetheless. And so the hand tightened around it. To lose it would be unthinkable. The city was filled with quick fingers and sharp eyes. One bump in a crowded alley could mean the loss of that night's rest. And rest, thin and broken though it might be, was the difference between rising at dawn with the strength to try again, or falling still like Sarah, the crawler, who no longer rose at all. Passing through the fog, the figure carrying the coin paused beneath a lamp. For an instant, the mist thinned, and the yellow light revealed worn boots, a coat patched so many times that it seemed more mending than cloth, and a face hollow with hunger, yet alive with something stubborn. The penny glinted once more in the curl of fingers, a small promise pressed tight against the pulse. If you lean close to that moment, you can almost hear the thought forming, not spoken, but clear. This penny is tonight, and tonight is enough. Street lamps bloom like quiet stars in the fog. London, in those hours between late afternoon and night, seemed to change its skin. By day, the city was noisy and harsh, the rumble of wagons and cries of traders filling every street. But as the last of the daylight drained away, as fog drifted in from the river and spread along alleys and market squares, the whole world softened, blurred, took on the hush of something half-dreamt. That was when the lamplighter began his work. You could hear him before you saw him. The wooden clatter of a ladder balanced on a shoulder, the soft scrape of boots on cobblestones slick with damp. He moved slowly, methodically, as though the entire city were his to waken one lamp at a time. With a practiced motion, he planted the ladder against a post, climbed 3 rungs, and reached out with a long pole tipped in flame. A brief spark, a whisper of gas catching, and suddenly a dull globe of yellow flared into being. The lamplighter would pause for half a breath, making sure the flame held before climbing back down. Then he would fold his ladder to his side, steady it with one hand, and shuffle forward into the mist, the glow behind him marking a trail like breadcrumbs. For those standing in the fog, the sight of each lamp taking light was a reassurance. The city was vast, and for the poor who walked its edges, landmarks were precious. One lamp lit meant another would follow, and another, until an entire street was gentled by their dim halos. In that fog, the lamps looked almost alive, as though floating orbs had come to hover low above the street, guiding the weary toward shelter, or at least toward a place less frightening than unlit darkness. Children sometimes trailed behind the lamplighter, laughing softly, daring each other to touch the ladder when he wasn't looking. They knew the rhythm of his work and the strange dignity it carried, for in a world so often indifferent to suffering, here was a man who quite literally brought light to others. Even if that light was sickly yellow, even if it barely pushed back the shadows, it was something to follow, something to trust. The fog was thick that evening, rolling in heavy from the Thames, wrapping itself around buildings and chimneys until the outlines of the city blurred. Shop signs were half hidden, roofs vanished above, and passers-by loomed suddenly out of the gray like figures in a dream, only to dissolve back into the haze with a few steps. Every sound was muffled. The clop of a horse's hooves softened, the clang of a bell muted, even voices reduced to whispers that drifted a little way and then were swallowed by the mist. And through it all, the lamps continued to bloom. One by one, each was touched by fire, and each cast its circle of fragile light. They did not banish the darkness. They only marked a boundary between the known and the unknown. A pool of cobblestone visible here, a doorway there, a face for a fleeting instant, before the fog reclaimed everything beyond the lamp's circle. To walk those streets was to move from island to island, stepping stones of light across an ocean of gray. For the poor, those who lived in the margins of these streets, the lamps were more than just practical. They were markers of safety. To stand near one was to be seen, however briefly, by someone else passing through. To lose the lamps was to risk vanishing into the fog, where cold and fear pressed close. Even the constables, with their stiff uniforms and stern glances, patrolled more confidently, where lamps stood burning. The penny in the pocket, the choice of where to sleep that night, all seemed bound to the rhythm of the lamps. As one flame rose and held, so did the faint hope of enduring the hours ahead. And always, behind that fragile comfort, the hunger gnawed, the cold bit deeper, the uncertainty stretched long. But for a moment, just a moment, the fog and the lamplight combined to create a hush that felt almost holy, as if the city itself were pausing to breathe. Along the Strand, a baker's boy closed the shutters of his shop, leaving the smell of bread lingering like a ghost in the air. A costermonger wheeled his barrow home, cabbage leaves fluttering from its edges, glistening with damp. A hansom cab rattled past, its passenger hidden behind steamed glass, coat collar turned high. None of them lingered long in the fog. Each moved toward warmth, toward walls and fire. For those without such refuge, the lamplighter's trail was the only path to follow, a thin thread sewn through the fabric of mist. There were times when the lamplighter paused to rest his ladder against a post and look back at his work. Behind him, the street glowed in pieces, a lamp here, a lamp there, small stars strung low across the earth. It was not the brilliance of the heavens, but to the weary walker it was more immediate, more necessary. He would nod once, satisfied, then shuffle on, unaware that countless unseen eyes relied on him, measured their steps by his light, their spirits by the steadiness of his pace. And if you looked upward, the fog glowed faintly too, reflecting each lamp's halo until the entire street seemed veiled in pale gold. It was not bright enough to erase the danger of tripping on uneven stones or stumbling into a stranger, but it was enough to make one feel less alone. The fog itself seemed to whisper, carrying the light a little further than it might have gone otherwise. It was in these hours, with lamps newly kindled, that small decisions felt the heaviest. Whether to turn left toward the market in hopes of day-old bread, or right toward the shelter queue, whether to spend the penny now or stretch it into morning tea. Every choice was weighed against hunger, cold, and fatigue. And yet, moving beneath the lamps, one could almost imagine the city softer than it truly was, almost imagine the fog as a blanket instead of a threat. The lamplighter's figure dwindled into the haze, his ladder tilting like a mast in the sea. He left behind a trail of fragile constellations, man-made stars guiding the poor through the deep night. And for the one who clutched that coin, following those lights meant more than just finding the way. It meant clinging to the idea that survival was possible, that dawn might arrive without disaster. The city lowers its voice as carts grow still. By slow degrees, London folded itself into evening, It did not happen at once, the way a curtain falls. It was a quiet unwinding, a soft dimming, the kind of change you notice first in your breathing. The streets that had been sharp and busy just an hour before began to loosen around the edges. Wheels struck fewer stones. Shouts turned to murmurs. Windows gave up their daytime reflections and took on a deeper glow from within. Down by the market, the last barrows were drawn away, their wooden rims giving a low, dry squeal that could almost be mistaken for a sigh. A man in a cap brushed cabbage leaves from the gutter with a switch of bundled twigs. A girl shook out a cloth and let a huddle of crumbs tumble to the cobbles. 2 sparrows hopped in to claim their share, their quick feet pattering like a second rain. A stallkeeper stacked crates against a wall, one atop another, the wood making a soft clack, measured, unhurried. He paused once to rub his thumbs, stiff from the day, then tied the final knot and leaned his forehead against the rope for a moment of rest that looked almost like prayer. Up the slight rise toward Fleet Street, print shops lowered their shutters a handspan at a time. Inside, inked pages hung from lines like wet laundry, and the air held that familiar metal-rich smell, ink, oil, the faint sweetness of paper pulp. A boy with blackened fingertips blew across a stack to help it dry and watched the edges curl. The master printer set an oil lamp near the forms and said, in a voice meant as much for himself as his apprentice, "We'll set the rest in the morning." There was no hurry in it now. The city had moved, as a great creature might, from muscle to bone, from the push of commerce to the steady skeleton of routine. Omnibuses wheeled into their yards, harness bells giving one last conversational jingle before the horses' noses met warm nosebags. In a mews off the Strand, a stableman dragged a straw bale into a corner and spread it with a fork, making a rustling bed for a gelding that had carried strangers the length of the day. He patted the horse's shoulder, found the spot that always drew a sleepy shiver, and stood there a moment longer than necessary. Outside, someone latched a gate. The latch answered with a soft, well-practiced click, as though agreeing that enough was enough. Along the river the fog came thicker, a gentle trespass. It smoothed the outlines of moored barges until they seemed like hills floating very low to the ground. Rope rubbed against bollard with a low string note as the water rose and fell. Somewhere out beyond the lamps, a lighter called, the word going long and round and losing its edges before it reached any ear in particular. The Thames, never quite asleep, took the city's day into itself. Ash, driftwood, coal dust, and sent back a hush in payment. In narrow courts, the sounds turned domestic. A kettle's small conversation at the boil, a spoon ringing the rim of a mug, a baby testing the room with a short cry before choosing the comfort of quiet again. A woman at a window, elbows on the sill, sponged the pane in small patient circles until the day's film gave way to a clearer view of the alley's lamp. She hung the cloth to drip and left the sash raised 2 inches to let the night's cool draw out the stale heat. Across the way, a man set a chair under his gas bracket, climbed up, and turned the flame a hair's breadth lower. Not too low. He'd learned that pallid flame made the children uneasy, but just enough to make the room feel more like evening and less like an extension of the street. There is a way cities speak when they are tired, and it is not with silence, but with gentled repetitions. A broom passes, and passes again. A boot heel tests a stair. A door checks itself against its frame, and then agrees to close. This is what you heard too, if you stepped softly through the lanes. One life after another, finding its place among all the others. Even the constables, who walked with their tall hats and their deliberate step, allowed the toe of a boot to scuff a little now and then, as if the pavement itself had asked for a less formal tread. Tea rooms near the theaters lit their windows to the color of amber. Behind glass, cups knocked softly together as they were stacked, and a server drew the spent leaves from a pot with the delicate, practiced pinch of 3 fingers. 2 seamstresses came in at the last minute, cheeks bright from the cold, and ordered the cheapest bowl of soup to share. They bent their heads close over the rim, taking turns, and warmed their hands as much as their stomachs. The proprietor said nothing about the single bowl. He adjusted the wick on a lamp instead, and pretended not to see the way one of the women tore her roll into crumbs to make the soup appear more plentiful. If you stood at the mouth of a lane and looked toward a major street, you could see the differing tempos layering themselves one atop another. A dray, late from the docks, groaned past with the weight of barrels and left a glossy thread of water in its path. A newsboy, cap askew, trotted the opposite way, papers tight under his arm, calling the headline quietly, because the hour had turned. 2 men moved a piano. Not far, just from one doorway to another, on thick straps across their shoulders, and between the straps' lift and the men's slow exhale, the instrument made a hum, a wooden body note, as though it were singing its own relocation. And still, beneath all this, the city settled. As the lamps had bloomed, so now they steadied, each circle of light finding its own proper diameter. The fog, satisfied with its claim, thinned to a veil and then thickened again as if to test the lamp's patience. Cats, whose work was mostly nocturnal, discovered their stations and sat like ornaments at the edges of stairs. A bell, perhaps Saint Clement's, perhaps another, marked the quarter. Its sound went up, then out, and then fell back, not with the clamorous authority of daylight, but with the permission of evening. The one with the coin had taken to walking the long way to the shelter queues on nights like this. The direct path was efficient but thin. The long way offered more lights, more voices tuned low, more proof that human beings still moved kindly through the city. Past the cheesemonger's window, where a wedge of something pale sat like chalk under glass. Past the cobbler, who had set the shoes finished that day in a row as neat as soldiers, and then, moved by an impulse he would not have admitted, nudged one pair a whisper closer, as if to let them talk. Past the door with the red curtain, where a violin sang scales, not a performance, only gentle practice, a musician teaching fingers to find their way home. Here and there, you saw work continue in the softer key of night. A laundress lifted a basket of shirts, steam drifting from them into the cooler air in a breath you could see. A cooper finished a hoop with a last soft tap that was more reassurance than force. A clerk at a high desk totted up a column, ran a line beneath the sum with his ruler, and felt the day close like a page. These small completions stitched the city's day to its night so they would not pull apart in the dark hours. Near the churchyard, a gardener covered a small bed with burlap against the threat of frost. He bent to tuck the corners, then stood with hands on hips and looked at the work as if the ground itself were an animal to be kept safe. In the yard beyond, a lamp smudged the stone with yolk-yellow light, and the caretaker slid a key into a gate with the care of someone who believed, not just in locks, but in rituals. The gate shut with a tone that said, "Yes, now." Through a meander of courts, there came the smell of coal fire, then the cleaner, thinner scent of wood. It was an argument the city had with itself each winter, coal's weight against wood's brightness, and the debate rose through chimneys and drifted over roofs to settle in your nose and your clothes. People who had money opened vents and thought no more of it. People who had very little shifted their chairs a foot closer to the grate and dreamed briefly of summer while holding their palms toward the heat. What the city teaches in hours like these is how to hear the middle distance, not the shout, not the whisper. The middle distance is the sleeve brushed once against a banister, the bit of window put up a quarter inch, the shoemaker's child drowsing with her cheek against a bolt of leather. It is the portion of a laugh that says, "Not we are triumphant, but we are together." A wayfarer passing the corner shop sees the grocer's wife replace the day's oranges with wintering apples from a crate and nods to himself as to a fact both humble and good. You might think, with all this, that the city had finished its day. Yet it was only changing posture, only moving from the straight-backed chair to the cushioned one. A theater door opened and loosed a tide of velvet-clad voices onto the pavement. For a moment, the street flashed with color, then took the sound into itself, softened it, and folded it away. A coster, late, made a single sale by lifting his sack and letting the shine of 2 remaining onions make their own argument. The buyer smiled, the seller bowed, and both went off lighter. At the edge of Covent Garden, a porter took his cap off and sat on it for warmth, resting the bones of his back against the cold stone. He hummed one line of a tune he could not quite remember. Across from him, a woman counting coins under her shawl rearranged them not according to value, but according to what she meant to spend. Bread here, tea there, a hopeful third pile for soap. When she rose, she put that third coin back with the other 2. A decision deferred, a small victory, nonetheless. At the corner where the shelter street met the larger road, people had already begun to arrange themselves for the night's experiment, some in a line they trusted would advance, some in a looser circle that let them talk and keep warm. The watchman, who in daylight could appear made of angles, took on a rounder outline in the lamplight, as though the task ahead were something that asked for patience more than for rules. He checked his timepiece, nodded to a woman he recognized, and looked down the street to see how far the line had grown. A boy, eyes quick and tired at the same time, slipped through to sell matches. He did not push. He only let the tiny, sulfur-bright heads show from the packet and waited. A man bought 2, not to light yet, but to have. The promise of a flame is a kind of warmth before it is ever struck. A chalk mark by the door, left there earlier in the day to warn about a broken step, worked just as well now in the lamplight, and 2 strangers stepped wide because someone else had thought to care. Up above, in rooms you seldom saw by day, lives uncurled in their own tempo. A widow drew a chair to the one square where the moon pressed through the fog and darned a heel with the quiet exactness of someone who had learned that neatness can calm the heart. A clerk's wife rewound the family clock, tick, tick, and set the hands a minute forward, as if the household might meet the morning that much sooner, and therefore more bravely. A child counted the lamps through her window, made it to 6 tonight, and fell asleep on the 7th. The one who carried the penny walked past all this and felt, as one sometimes does in a great city, a belonging that is not recognition, but alignment. The lamps, the fog, the drift of steps, the shared pause at a doorway where the warmth breathed out. It fitted around the body like a coat that had belonged to a brother. The coin pressed the inside of the pocket. The thought of the bench, its slick wooden patience, did not frighten as much as it had at noon. The bench belonged to this too, to a city that knew how to lower its voice and let people think. There are nights that make a person feel hunted by time, each minute a small animal that darts away faster than your hand. This was not one of them. The minutes, in this settling hour, came large and tame. They stood long enough to be looked at. Lamp, fog, window, footstep, breath, and then they moved along, leaving no injury. To sit on a doorstep a moment, to warm your palms on a cup and then hand it back, to speak 2 words with a stranger and mean them. Such minutes were a kind of coin that could not be lost, only spent into a quieter self. From the river there came a faint horn, and answering it, the more domestic note of a kettle lid beginning to jitter. Someone laughed at a story you would never hear the end of, and then closed the door with softness, not secrecy. A letter was slid under a door and would be found in the morning. A cat chose the higher of 2 railings and watched the street like a magistrate. By now the lamps were full settled, their globes no longer brightening but holding. The fog had learned the round of each one, how to fit the light without swallowing it, how to lay against it like a shoulder against a friendly arm. That was the color of the hour, gold pressed into gray, warmth legible inside chill. And the city took the shape it knows best at night. 100 small homes of light, separated by careful distances, all listening to the same slow heart. The one with the coin paused at the turning that would take him toward the shelter queue. He looked once more down the long street, in truth, not so long, but made long by fog and lamp and the hunger that lengthens everything, and nodded. It was not a nod of courage or surrender, only of understanding that the night had entered its softer register and would likely remain there if people agreed to meet it gently. He set off. Behind him, a lamplighter's ladder knocked once against a post as the man checked a wick. Ahead, a window shade breathed in and out with the draft and showed a finger width of fire-lit wallpaper before settling back. Somewhere to the left, a cartman tucked a horse under a blanket with a practiced flip of wool. And to the right, unseen but felt, the river moved round the pilings and told the night that morning could indeed be arranged. Closed doors speak louder than any words tonight. By the time the lamps had steadied and the market stalls were folded away, another presence settled across London, quieter than the fog, colder than the wind. It was the set of rules that no one spoke aloud, rules understood by every man, woman, and child who lived close to the edge of survival. They were not printed on paper, nor carved into stone, but they guided the night as surely as the constable's truncheons and the church bells above. A door might be left open to let out a draught of baking bread, but it would close sharply if a ragged coat paused too long before it. A fire might glow behind a window, but the latch would hold fast when a stranger's knuckles rapped, no matter how soft. A shop might stack refuse at its back door, but a watchful eye from the upstairs window reminded the poor that even scraps had owners. The poor understood these rules without needing to hear them. They were written in the small gestures, the speed with which a shutter was drawn, the tightening of a housemaid's grip on a basket, the way a gentleman's gaze skimmed over a figure hunched on the step as though the body were part of the stonework. To walk the streets with only a coin was to walk with awareness sharpened to a fine edge. Which crossings were safe, which constables were strict, which alleys offered shelter without danger. All of this knowledge moved like a map inside the head, constantly revised, constantly tested. It was survival not just by strength, but by recognition of invisible boundaries. To step across them was to risk more than hunger. It was to risk being swept away by the city itself, treated as one more piece of refuse for the carts to gather at dawn. The constables, those tall silhouettes with their stiff hats, did not need to say a word. Their very presence spoke the law. Keep moving. Do not linger. Do not be seen sleeping. A man too long on a bench might feel the prod of a baton. A boy curled in a doorway could expect his ear tugged sharply, and his body thrust into the cold. The irony was bitter. Those meant to guard the city's peace ensured that the poorest had none. Yet this too was a rule without words. The streets belonged to the housed, not the homeless. To forget this was to invite arrest, a night in the cells, or worse, the slow stripping away of dignity until even the idea of protest seemed foolish. In the hush after market hours, these unspoken rules pressed hardest. Every archway and alley seemed to whisper, "Not here. Not you." A man might stand under a lamp, but if his coat sagged with damp and his shoes flapped open at the toes, he knew the watchman's glance would soon find him. A woman might sit on a step to rest her legs, but she knew the shopkeeper would appear, broom in hand, to sweep her away as though she were dust. It was not cruelty spoken aloud, only the steady hum of rules everyone obeyed, rules that hollowed the city as efficiently as the fog itself. Yet there were subtler laws, too, ones enforced not by police, but by hunger and pride. In the charity lines, the deserving poor were sorted from the undeserving by nothing more than a glance. A shawl too threadbare, a hand too eager, a posture too weary. Any of these could mark one as unworthy in the eyes of the lady distributing bread. To receive help, one had to look a certain way. Grateful, but not desperate. Humble, but not hopeless. Those who failed at this silent theater often walked away with nothing, muttering into their collars, their dignity bruised more sharply than their stomachs. Among the poor themselves, there were rules as binding as any law. A penny borrowed must be repaid, even if it meant a night without food. A crust given in the queue meant protection later, should a fight break out at the shelters. Ducker never steal from a man's pocket while he slept. Never take the boots from a woman's feet while she dozed. Break these rules, and you would find yourself outside even the poorest circle. Shunned, your name whispered as a warning. In a world where everything was shared scarcity, trust was the one coin heavier than all the rest. And then there was the rule of silence. In the shelter queues, people did not speak of their former lives unless pressed. The gentleman who once wrote accounts for a warehouse, the seamstress who once hemmed for a family in Mayfair, the sailor who once stood tall on a deck, they carried their pasts quietly, unwilling to let the harsh light of poverty expose what little pride remained. To ask too many questions was to trespass. To answer them too freely was to invite pity, which was often harder to bear than hunger. As the night deepened, these rules thickened the air as much as the fog. They dictated where one might walk, where one might pause, and where one must never be seen. A doorway might appear inviting, but if it faced a certain shop, you learned to move on. A bench might look empty, but the glance of a man already seated there could warn you off more surely than a shouted threat. Even the lamplighter's glow, steady and warm, carried its own unspoken message. Stand here if you must, but move before the constable passes again. The one who carried the coin knew all this. The night was not simply endured, it was negotiated. Each step weighed against these unspoken commands. The coin itself felt almost like a pass, a small paper of permission that said, "I belong in the queue. I have a place on the bench." But even with that penny, the rules pressed close. Would the shelter fill too quickly? Would the watchman decide tonight that no more might enter? Would another desperate hand reach for the same spot on the same bench? No one would announce the answer. It would be known only when the door closed, the line dissolved, and the unlucky drifted back into the fog. A carriage rattled past, its lamps flaring briefly against the mist. Inside, a pair of faces glanced outward, saw nothing worth remarking, and returned to their conversation. That, too, was a rule. The poor were not to be acknowledged. Better to let them melt into the city's edges than to admit that London's greatness stood upon their bent backs and empty stomachs. Better to look away and let the silence speak for you. Still, there were moments, rare but real, when these rules bent. A servant girl might slip a heel of bread into a child's hand when no one watched. A constable, weary himself, might let a figure doze an hour on a bench before rousing him with only a gentle tap. A shopkeeper, locking his shutters, might pretend not to see a woman curled against his wall, telling himself that she would move on by morning. These were not open rebellions, only small cracks in the plaster of rules that otherwise held firm. Yet, for the poor, such cracks could mean everything: a crumb, an hour, a reprieve from the endless moving along. The night deepened further. Bells marked the hour, muffled by fog. The rules did not loosen. If anything, they tightened, as though the dark itself enforced them. But still, the coin pressed in the pocket, still the lamps glowed faintly above, and still feet moved forward toward the queue, toward the bench, toward the night's bargain. Survival was never freedom, but sometimes it was enough. Pennies are weighed more carefully than bread. The night air pressed cool and steady against the skin, and the penny in the pocket grew heavier with every step. Not heavy in weight, but in meaning. For in London, at this hour, the coin was no longer a token of trade alone. It was a passport, a fragile key that might open the narrow door to shelter. Food, warmth, rest, all of these bent toward that penny. It was the cost of survival, measured not in shillings or pounds, but in the smallest disk of copper. The city had devised its grim catalog of lodgings for the poor, and each carried its price like a rung on a ladder. At the bottom rung lay the cold stones of the street, which cost nothing at all but often claimed everything. A penny could buy the sit-up, a hard bench beneath the eye of a watchman who prodded any head that dared to droop. 2 pennies bought the hangover, where ropes stretched across a room and men draped themselves forward like coats on a rail. 4 pennies bought the coffin, a narrow box lined with straw, where at least one might stretch out flat for the night. It was a cruel arithmetic. Pennies for posture, pennies for the angle of the spine. To be upright and aching cost less than to lie down. To curl on the ground cost nothing at all, but the price was often paid in the morning, when frost stiffened fingers and breath no longer rose in the air. These rules were not spoken, not argued, but every poor soul in London carried them in the mind like a multiplication table. Tonight's coin meant tonight's posture: upright, hanging forward, lying flat. The choice was dictated not by desire, but by the number of pennies that remained after hunger had already taken its share. You could see this reckoning played out in the faces of those gathering near the shelters. A woman stood at the edge of the line with her shawl pulled tight, lips moving as she counted and recounted the small coins in her hand. Beside her, a boy tried to sound brave, insisting that a bench would do just as well as a bed. His mother's eyes betrayed the truth. She knew the difference between stiff discomfort and the mercy of lying down. A man behind them fingered an empty pocket as though by touch alone he might find an overlooked farthing. He knew there was nothing there. The watchman stood at the shelter door, stick tapping the stones with the rhythm of indifference. He would take the pennies one by one until the benches filled. Then he would close the door, and those left outside would drift back into the fog. carrying hunger and cold like weights across their shoulders. The poor knew this ritual so well that they moved through it almost silently, exchanging coins for tickets, tickets for a place to sit, hope for an hour's reprieve. Inside the penny sit-up, the air was thick with the smell of damp wool and tired bodies. Benches lined the room, and each plank filled quickly, shoulders pressing shoulder, knees braced to keep from collapsing sideways. The watchman paced slowly down the aisle, stick ready to rap against the floor if heads began to nod. The cost of a penny did not buy sleep. It bought only the right to remain indoors, shielded from the cold wind and the constable's boot. Yet even this misery had its strange economy. A man who found himself with 2 pennies to spare might choose the hangover instead. There, ropes stretched taut across the room, chest high, and the poor draped themselves over it like garments on a line. They leaned forward, stomach against the rope, arms dangling, and pretended it was rest. The relief was partial at best, for the rope cut into the ribs, but it allowed the spine to ease from uprightness, and for some that small mercy was worth an extra coin. The ropes sagged beneath the weight of bodies, swaying like a tide, and the room filled with a chorus of coughs, snores, and the occasional cry that broke loose from a dream too heavy to bear. 4 pennies, the cost of 2 loaves of bread, bought the coffin, a wooden box lined with straw, little wider than the body itself. To the well-fed, it seemed a horror. The poor crammed in rows like cargo, each in a box no different from the one that would one day carry them to the grave. Yet to the desperate, it was a luxury. To lie flat, to stretch aching limbs, to close the eyes without fear of being roused by the tap of a stick or the cut of a rope. The coffins gave the illusion of privacy too, with their wooden sides shielding one from the constant press of strangers. And though the air was foul and the straw damp, those who paid their 4 pennies often woke with something close to gratitude. The arithmetic was merciless, and yet within it lay choices as sharp as razors. A man with 4 pennies might still choose the rope, saving the other 2 for food in the morning. A woman with 2 pennies might buy the bench instead, knowing she could stretch the leftover coin into a crust of bread for her child. Each choice weighed not only the body's needs, but the fragile thread of hope that tomorrow would offer something more. Hunger and exhaustion fought their silent battle in every hand that held a coin. And sometimes, hunger won. A man might stand outside the bakery, staring at the loaves still steaming in the window, and press his penny against the glass, as though to measure its worth against the bread's crust. He knew that bread meant strength for the next day's labor, but he also knew that without shelter, the cold might undo any strength gained. Bread or bench, warmth for the stomach or for the body. It was a choice repeated across the city 100 times each night, a silent litany, food or sleep, rope or bread, coffin or tea. The irony was cruel but inescapable. To eat often meant to shiver, to sleep meant to starve, and behind it all, the city's wealth loomed untouched, glittering in windows where banquets stretched long into the night. Chandeliers flamed, glasses clinked, and music rose above the fog. For the poor below, 1 penny determined whether they stood outside shivering or sat upright in a crowded hall, whether they leaned across a rope or lay flat in a wooden box. And so the coin in the pocket was not just copper. It was a choice that could not be made lightly. Every turn of it between the fingers carried the weight of calculation. The shelters filled quickly, the benches claimed, the ropes sagged under bodies. Those left without pennies turned back to the fog, to doorways and alleys, hoping for a corner of stone that might shield them from the wind. They knew the cost, Perhaps frostbite, perhaps illness, perhaps a constable's boot to the ribs at dawn. The city demanded payment, one way or another. Inside the shelter, heads nodded despite the watchman's stick. Bodies slumped against one another in exhaustion too deep to resist. Outside, the unlucky walked the streets until their legs trembled, then sat briefly before being moved along again. And always, the arithmetic of survival ticked on, unspoken but relentless. A penny meant a bench. 2 pennies meant a rope. 4 pennies meant a coffin. No pennies meant the long, cold night beneath the lamps. Sometimes a stranger's story sounds like your own. He stood half a step outside the lamplight, where the fog made a soft curtain, and the stones held a memory of warmth from the day. You'd have passed him without notice. Another coat gone threadbare at the elbows, another hat with the brim softened by damp, if not for the way he balanced his weight. Not slumped, not proud, but careful, as if he had long practiced making himself smaller than a doorway and quieter than a hinge. He lifted 2 fingers in a greeting that was almost a habit and not quite a wave. "Evening," he said, and the word made a small cloud in the air. William. That was the name he gave. Nothing else offered, nothing more asked. In London, a single name was often the whole of a man's privacy. He nodded toward the penny sit-up across the road, as though the building itself were an old acquaintance with a known temper. "Full earlier than usual," he observed, as if commenting on the weather. The stick of the watchman clicked twice on the plank floor within, and you could tell by William's expression that he knew the rhythm by heart. He did not speak in complaint. His sentences were tidy, like lines copied carefully into a ledger, and when he mentioned the benches and the rope and the coffin boards, he did so in the way someone might list tools in a cupboard, things to be used, respected, and put away without fuss. "4 has the better straw this week," he added, almost confidentially. "Crisper, less musty. They must have turned the bales." He had a way of softening hard facts with small practicalities, as if gentling the edge of a blade with a piece of cloth. At first, it was the tidiness that drew you, that, and the way he handled the coin he carried. He did not jingle it or rub it for luck. He rested it on his palm now and then, as though reminding himself that choices still existed in the world. Sit-up, rope, coffin, bread, tea, bed. He looked not at the coin, but past it, toward the building and the line, and the lamplighter's ladder leaning like a spare rib against the post. Patience lived in his stance. Only later, by a bench that had grown smooth under years of coats, did he offer a piece of his history, not in the manner of confession, but as a map unfolded for a traveler who must pass by the same crossroads. "Clerk once," he said, almost apologetically, as though the word were too starched for the night air. Numbers and names and invoices that had to match. Grease pencil behind the ear. You'd think that kind of order would keep a man steady. He paused, not for effect, but to let the sound of a wagon settle. "It does?" "Until it doesn't." He did not say the thing at once. He circled it, the way you might walk the fence line before naming the field. A wife mentioned in the past tense, a winter of wet lungs, the sense of bedsheets cooled too quickly. He spoke of a cough that seemed to pull nails out of his chest, and of afternoons that slid into evenings without a single number set straight. "It goes by inches," he said, not bitterly. "First the room becomes too dear, then the lodging too far from work, then the work too forgiving for too long, and then—" He opened one hand as though releasing something that had already flown. He did not ask for pity. He did not offer any. Instead, He shared the small inventions that made nights less hard. A twist of rag threaded through the buttonhole to mark a pocket where a coin might hide unnoticed. A way of standing in a queue that lent warmth without pressing too close. The trick of wetting the bread before eating so that an old jaw would not ache for hours afterward. These were kindnesses given as recipes, without ceremony, as though he were telling you to lower the flame and stir. The city's unspoken rules seemed to glance off him not because he ignored them, but because he understood them so fully that he moved before they pressed too hard. When the constable's patrol was due along Whitechapel, William already stood in shadow. When the charity lady's gaze grew narrow, he turned his face to the window and studied the lamps until her attention drifted on. When a man at the rope began to mutter in a voice that meant trouble, William found a cough to carry him to a different post, one notch down the wall. "Better to travel 6 feet than 12 yards, he said with a smile that borrowed light from somewhere else. There were marks of hardship, of course. His breath sometimes rattled like paper drawn across comb teeth, and when laughter found him, it did now and then in small surprised bursts. He pressed 2 fingers to his ribs as if to keep a seam from giving way. He folded his coughs into his sleeve, not to hide them, but to spare others the sound. When he leaned forward over the rope, the posture looked practiced enough to be a craft, and yet he gave the impression, even there, of keeping an appointment with himself, a promise to wake, to rise, to count whatever coins remained and put them to their best, most human use. What made him a mirror, though, was not the path that brought him to the bench. It was the way he looked at yours without prying. He listened for the spaces between words and left them intact. "There's a lot a man doesn't say," he offered gently, "because saying it makes a picture you can't fold back up." He did not ask where you had come from or why you chose the rope last night and the bench tonight. He only glanced at the shelter door and at your hands, took the measure of the tremor that arrives after too long on too little food, and asked the one question that was never an insult. "Tea?" Tea was not a certainty. It cost a penny in most places, sometimes 2, and what came to your hands might be brown in color and thin in temper. But the holding of a warm tin cup steadied fingers and gave the jaw something to do besides set itself against the cold. William knew which stall kept the water nearest the boil and which one did not water the leaves twice. He knew when to stand 2 men back in the line so that the lady with the pinched mouth would look past you to her friend, and your turn would arrive without inspection. He knew to place the first sip under the tongue and hold it, so the heat could pass through the mouth evenly. "It keeps the night from breaking into pieces," he said, and for a moment the fog thinned enough that you almost believed the lamps were stars. He offered other small mercies made practical by practice. Straw tucked into the toes of a split boot to keep the foot from sliding forward and blistering. A square of newspaper folded twice to make a pad where the rope would meet the chest. A way of turning the pocket wrong side out before you slept, so that deft fingers would find cloth rather than coin when they strayed. If they strayed. He never named a thief, never accused. He simply accounted for the facts the way a clerk does when numbers don't match. "A man does what hunger tells him," he said softly. "So you give hunger fewer directions to follow." If there was a center to him, it was a memory he kept polished. Sundays long ago, a path through the park, a woman's voice naming flowers as if they were old neighbors. Hollyhock, ladies, mantle, rosemary trailing like a green ribbon. He did not speak her name. He only stood lighter for a moment when he recalled the way she corrected his tie with 2 small tugs, and laughed as if surprised by joy every time a swan's head made a perfect S upon the water. "Every man should keep one meadow in his pocket," he said, tapping the breast of his coat. "Some place that blooms when you open it." He did not elaborate. He did not need to. He made you laugh once, low and sudden, with the kind of joke that does not poke fun at anyone who has too little. He gestured toward a row of shuttered windows and said, "That's the finest orchestra in London, every hinge in tune." When a cart trundled by with barrels of something sharp, he sniffed and said, "Vinegar on the move." There's a sermon in that, even at the rope, when a chorus of snores rose like a variation on one note, he tilted his head as if listening for a melody. "Close your eyes," he advised. "Pretend it's the sea. You'll feel steadier if you give the sound a name that isn't sorrow. The small shock, because even quiet nights carry one, came as softly as a blot blooming on paper." He coughed into his handkerchief, and when he folded the cloth again, there was a dark petal at the fold. He did not hide it. He looked at it as a man looks at a ledger he already balanced, then tucked the cloth away. "A reminder," he said with mildness that was not denial. "We're all keeping time. Good to know the tempo." He changed nothing in his voice, nothing in his posture. If anything, he grew kinder in the next minutes, guiding a boy no older than 12 toward the warmer corner of the hall, and offering the child the better half of a heel of bread. The boy tried to refuse, pride like a small stiff collar around the throat. But William placed the bread in his hand as though returning something borrowed. The boy ate with quick eyes, and the corner kept its heat a little better for two. He had a habit, too, at the door when the morning bell sounded and the watchman grew brisk. He would turn once, not to check whether he'd missed anything, but to make sure no one had left a scarf on a peg or a parcel beside the leg of a bench. "A man's last clean handkerchief," he explained once, rescuing a square of cloth from the sweep of a broom. "That's a terrible way to lose your courage." He folded the scarf, placed it near the doorway where a body would find it on the way out, and then he stepped into the weather, as if it were another room he was obliged to occupy with good manners. You might have gone your separate ways with only that, a set of useful tricks, a shared cup of heat, a name spoken softly and remembered with the respect one gives the steady and the unremarked, if not for the little inventory he made one dawn beside the river. The lamps were paling, the fog lifting in a way that made the bridges seem farther and the gulls nearer. And William reached down to pinch the leather of his boot between forefinger and thumb. 2 months more, he judged. 3 if I mind curb edges. He set his foot back on the stone and looked at you with an expression that was all business and all kindness at once. "If I leave them behind one day," he said, "not through forgetfulness but circumstance, take them. They're good boots. Boots keep a man honest with the street." It sounded like nothing at first, the way the watchman's stick sounds like nothing until you hear it in your sleep. Then the sense of it settled in, how a thing as common as leather can feel like an oath and a blessing. You began to understand what the penny and the rope and the coffin could not buy outright, the quiet certainty of being looked after by someone with nothing to spare. In that moment, William became more than a fellow traveler. He became the answer to a fear you hadn't named. You were not entirely alone in the fog. There was at least one man keeping track of your feet as well as his own. He never played the saint. He admitted to temper on the 3rd day without food, to thoughts that ran a little sour when a door shut too quickly against a night that had already been long. "But a man isn't his worst moment," he said, almost to the air. He's the hand he extends after it. He believed in small corrections. The sweep of a sleeve across a dirty windowsill before a child sat down, the straightening of a blanket folded badly by a tired volunteer, the habit of returning a borrowed tin cup a touch cleaner than when he received it. None of it grand, all of it specific. He left a place better by inches. Once, only once, he allowed himself a story that tilted toward brightness. There had been a Christmas when the weather softened and the bells rang like warm brass, and a woman at the window of a baker's shop pressed her palm to the glass as he passed. It was a signal, or I imagined it so, he said with a little shrug. She set a loaf in a bag and looked the other way when I laid down less than the price. I left the bag on a doorstep 2 streets over, where a pair of shoes had tar on the toes from a night shift. The world keeps the ledger better than we do. He offered the tale without moral, then looked up at the sky with its faint spoonful of morning and added, "If you ever can, put the bread where you won't hear the thanks. It tastes the same." He had advice about sleep that was more sermon than science, yet it soothed anyway. Count the breaths against something you can name, he said one rope night when minds were walking too far in the dark. Coal carts, coach wheels, the slow turn of a key. Let the sound have a meaning. That way you are not listening to absence strange, how it worked. The room stayed itself, rope and breath and the soft stir of tired bodies, but it also quieted, as if the shared imagination of better rhythms smoothed the air. Near the end of your season, under those lamps, you saw him pause on a bridge and watch the river move like dark ribbon under the arches. He rested both hands on the stone and let the cold travel into his fingers until it met his wrists. "There are places to be still," he said, answering a question you hadn't asked. "The trick is choosing them, not being forced." He managed a smile then, and it held, despite the cough that followed. Low, contained, a bell you hear from rooms away. He did not speak of doctors. He did not pretend not to know. He only adjusted the scarf at his throat and suggested the bakery that watered its milk less than the others. The night you lost track of him, you did not know you were losing track. A different watchman at the sit-up, a queue that turned the corner sooner, a chill that encouraged everyone to fold into their coats and save their breath for warmth. You took your place at the rope and remembered, habit now, the square of newsprint. Across the way, a boy wrapped both hands around a tin cup and stood as if to harvest its heat. If the room felt emptier in one small place, you told yourself the benches played tricks with memory. Morning would know more than night. Morning did what it always does. It rang, it prodded, it pushed men gently and not so gently toward doors and errands and hopes they had rehearsed silently while the lamps burned low. If William's step did not sound among them, you pulled your coat close and stepped into the day with a vow that had the shape of his patience. You bought tea at the stall he preferred and stood 2 men back in line as he'd shown you. And when a woman ahead of you fumbled a penny with fingers that did not bend easily, you let yours fill the gap as though coins were made to travel in pairs. In the weeks that followed, when legs found steadier work and nights discovered cleaner sheets, the fog thinned the way fog does in memory, edges still soft, details still true. You kept the habits he'd lent you, the turn of pockets, the care for small things, the map that avoided trouble by 6 feet at a time. Sometimes, near the market, you caught yourself tracing your boot leather with finger and thumb and thinking, 3 months if I mind the curb edges. Sometimes, crossing a bridge, you placed both hands on the stone and let the river be a ribbon again, a measure of moving without hurry. And now, when the city draws on its nightshirt and the lamps yawn into waking, you sometimes look for a figure half a step outside the light. You do not always find him, but you do find his shape in other men. The tidy sentence, the patient tilt of a head listening for spaces, the way a coin is weighed not as copper but as chance. What he gave was not a story with a flourish at the end. It was a way of carrying yourself, lighter despite the cold, kinder despite the cost. A crust of bread may weigh more than gold. London's fog thickened that night like wool pulled tight, muffling wheels, softening even the iron clang of a bell from St. Paul's. The lamps glowed, but faintly, each one a pale halo that seemed to rest upon the mist itself rather than burn through it. Within those circles of frail light, small things passed from hand to hand, things so slight they might have gone unseen in daylight, yet in the darkness they glimmered brighter than coin. A man, shoulders hunched against the chill, tore his bread in half before biting. The other piece he offered wordlessly to the woman beside him in the shelter queue. She was older, her shawl more holes than wool, her hands knotted from years of work. She accepted the bread without ceremony, chewing slowly, as though each mouthful were a prayer folded upon itself. The exchange was quiet, unnoticed by the watchman tapping his stick, unseen by the passers-by hurrying home. Yet for the two who shared it, the gift was heavier than gold. That was the nature of kindness in those nights. It rarely arrived with trumpets or announcements. It crept in softly, as a hand steadying another up a step, or a shoulder leaned into just long enough to help a tired body stand straighter. Even the smallest crumbs mattered. A few drops of milk left in a tin, passed to a child whose lips were blue from cold. A square of newspaper offered for padding against the rope. A cough suppressed to spare another the echo of fear. These gestures stitched together a fragile net, holding lives that otherwise might have slipped entirely through the cracks of the city. The coin could purchase space on a bench, but it could not purchase warmth from another's shoulder when the body shivered too hard to be still. The rope could be paid for with 2 pennies, but it was made bearable only when a stranger shifted to give an extra inch, a gift that cost nothing yet felt priceless. The coffin bed might cradle 1 body for 4 pennies, but the true reprieve came when someone whispered a word of comfort in the dark, reminding the weary that they were not entirely forgotten. In one shelter, a child barely 10 clutched an apple core as if it were treasure. He nibbled at the thin slivers of flesh left near the seeds, eyes darting lest someone snatch it away. A man 2 coffins over saw him, and without a word, rolled a small piece of bread across the floorboards. The boy hesitated, glancing toward the watchman, then caught the gift and ate quickly, relief softening the sharp lines of his face. The man lay back, eyes closed, never seeking thanks. Such kindnesses often worked best unremarked, like secret pacts carried out in silence. London was a city that prized wealth on a scale few could imagine. Great houses glittered with chandeliers, warehouses brimmed with goods bound for far-off ports. Gentlemen exchanged pounds with a carelessness that would have fed a family for months. Yet beneath those towers of prosperity, the economy of kindness persisted, built not on ledgers or banknotes, but on gestures too small for statistics. A heel of bread, a folded scrap of cloth, a warning whispered just in time. The shock of it lay not in the grandness, but in its persistence. That men and women stripped to desperation still found it within themselves to share the little they had was its own quiet defiance. It said, We are not gone yet, not erased entirely, not reduced to numbers in a parish report. In each crust passed from hand to hand, the city's cruelty was resisted, if only for a moment. A printer's apprentice once described it best. He sat in a coffee house, nursing a single cup for hours, stretching it as far as pride allowed. When another man sat opposite him, ink-stained as well, he leaned forward and pushed his own cup an inch across the table. "Taste," he said. "Not mine, not yours." "Just hot," the apprentice later wrote in a cheap notebook. "That night I believed we were not yet beasts." The cup itself was long gone, but the note survived, folded into his coat until the paper wore thin. There were darker nights, too, when kindness was scarce, when hunger stripped manners from even the gentlest faces, and a crust could spark blows between men too weary to lift their arms any other time. But even then, there was often a hand that intervened, not to stop the fight entirely, but to divide the bread evenly and end the quarrel before it grew worse. Hunger could make enemies. Kindness turned them into companions again, if only until morning. The constables never recorded such things. They tallied arrests for vagrancy, noted how many bodies were removed from the bridges each winter, kept figures on thefts and fires. But no ledger told how many times a coin was pressed quietly into another's palm, or how often a child's thin blanket was pulled higher by a stranger in the dark. These were the statistics of humanity, uncounted but deeply felt. For those who endured the shelters, the memory of such gestures lingered longer than the ache of the rope or the hardness of the bench. Years later, when fortune shifted and life offered a measure of stability, many would still recall the crust shared in silence, the shoulder leaned upon, the stranger's advice whispered through coughs. They remembered not the hunger, but the moment it was eased. Not the cruelty, but the instant it was softened. And perhaps that is what gave the poor their strange endurance, the knowledge that even in the most stripped down of existences, kindness remained possible. Not kindness that solved everything, not miracles, not rescues, but kindness that marked the night as survivable. As long as a penny could be stretched, as long as a crust could be broken in two, as long as one stranger could steady another, the fog had not won entirely. On that night, under that lamp, with the watchman tapping his rhythm and the city's wealth glittering far away, a coin was handed over, and a place was secured. Yet what truly carried the body through the hours ahead was not the bench or the coffin, but the half-loaf that someone else had given earlier, still warm in the stomach. Small things, yes. But in London's darkness, they were everything. Dawn makes its own quiet demands. Morning in London did not so much arrive as gather, first as a paler shade of dark along the rooftops, then as a thinning ribbon of mist down the alleys, and finally as a hush that sounded different from the night's hush, as if the city drew a longer breath. Bells did their part, of course, with quarters and halves and the slow dignity of the hour. But for those who had paid their pennies and endured their benches or ropes or narrow coffin boards, the true signal was the watchman's voice, practical as a boot heel. Up then. Up and out. There was a choreography to it that repeated each day, a patient sequence that turned a roomful of sleeping or half-sleeping bodies into a line toward the door. A blanket folded, not because anyone required neatness, but because the hands remembered homes where such things were expected. A heel of bread taken from a pocket and broken in three. 2 pieces saved for later, despite a stomach's argument. A scarf retied with the knot that had proven best against the morning wind off the river. The coffins left small impressions in the straw where shoulders had rested, evidence that bodies had been horizontal. which counted for a great deal in a life of vertical hours. Outside, the air met skin like cool cloth, and the fog did what it always did in that first light. It softened the edges without hiding the facts. Doors to better homes stood with last night's coal ash neatly swept aside. Bakery windows blurred their lights so that loaves appeared haloed. Across the way, a constable leaned against iron railings. No swagger, just a man doing a job too large for one uniform. He nodded at the stream leaving the shelter and marked their number with a glance. Not hostile, not kind, merely official. He would become many things later in the day: warning, obstacle, rescuer, nuisance. But at dawn, he was a punctuation mark the poor had learned to read around. The first business of the morning was warmth, and warmth meant tea. It could be gotten for a penny in many places, for a halfpenny if you knew which stall kept the water just this side of boiling and didn't mind the leaves giving up the ghost a second time. The lanes near the market filled with little flags of steam that rose from tin cups and drifted sideways in the least breath of wind. Men cupped their hands around the heat, not so much to drink as to let the bones of their fingers believe in comfort again. Women took smaller sips and closed their eyes as if blessing the heat with silence. Children, those allowed, sipped quickly, anxious that an adult might claim the cup with a word. The tea steadied more than it nourished. It offered the body a place to stand, which is a kind of food. Then came the walk. Not a wandering, but a set of paths worn into boots by repetition. Dockside for those with backs that liked rhythm and the patience to wait while foremen decided which faces looked the least likely to fail. Covent Garden for those whose hands knew how to lift without breaking, whose eyes were quick enough to see where a crate should go before anyone ordered it. Smithfield for men who could bear the smell and not grow faint at the sight of knives working early. Building sites for the strong and the steady and the blessedly anonymous. Laundry yards for women whose arms could turn washtubs into weather. Each route had its turns and its hazards. Each ended at a gate, literal or otherwise, beyond which coins might change hands, or nothing at all. There were customs that helped. Arrive before the foreman, never breathless, never late. Stand where the shade doesn't make you look sickly. Keep the shoulders level even if the night had been poor. Don't speak first. Don't speak second. When your name, if a name was asked, came out of your own mouth, make it sound as though it had good references, even if the world had misplaced them. Men learned how to look like reliability, and in time the look became true not because the city rewarded honesty, but because the face gets accustomed to a certain set. You could tell the difference between those who were newly fallen and those who had practiced the morning for years. The new had a kind of brightness to their misery, a surprise that still pricked them each time a small door shut early or a hand waved them aside. The practiced wore their disappointment like a second coat. Manageable, not warm, but cut to fit. Neither was better than the other. Both were simply ways a body protects its insides from the day. Covent Garden at the hour before trade was its own universe. In the gray light, the piles of vegetables looked like low hills, and men moved among them as if mapping a country of green and earth. Cabbages stacked with a kind of respect, barrels that drank rope marks into their sides, the clink of a hook on a ring, the rasp of a cartwheel deciding to complain only at the same stone each morning. Women with handcarts kept their own counsel, eyes on the path, voices saved for sales when sales would matter. Somewhere, always, a cat stepped politely across a crate of fish with the air of a customer who would ask for credit if cats believed in coins. The foreman's telling gesture, palm up, downward chop could send a man to work as quickly as a prayer sends a man to kneel. You did as you were pointed. Lift by the rope, not by the barrel's belly. Walk the crate, don't fight it. Make a stack square enough that the morning sun could sit on it. Shake out the straw where it would do good, not where it would trip someone later. The good crews practiced a quiet that was not silence, but intention. They spoke, but rarely of themselves. They said, "Mind your corner," and "Left foot there," and "That one's soft." Directions and warnings and grace notes that might, on a bad day, keep a back from going wrong for months. There were small, almost invisible elections happening every morning. A man offered another the better end of a pole because he'd seen him favor a shoulder. A woman set a bundle closer to a boy who seemed to shake a little from cold. A porter who'd kept his place for years moved 2 inches to the side, which in that economy was generosity measured in yards. None of it large enough to draw a foreman's eye, all of it large enough to keep the day from spilling. The docks had their own dictionary. Rope that meant yes, and rope that meant no. The smell of tar that said you were near work, and the smell of salt that could lie to you about the ease of the day. Barges moved like thoughts, slow but sure, and the men on them wore expressions shared by bookkeepers and carpenters and nurses of the poor. Careful now, one thing and then the next. Orders traveled badly over water, so hands spoke. A flat palm for stop, a curl of finger for come on then. 2 knuckles tapped against a plank for mind your feet. And sometimes laughter, because even in the heaviest labor, some boards squeaked like old folk telling tall stories. The city took attendance in other ways. Policemen counted wakes and funerals. Parish clerks counted births and poor rates. But the poor took attendance at the tea stalls and the day labor corners. "Where's Ned?" meant I haven't seen the boy in 2 mornings, and he never misses the rope. "Mary not here?" meant check the laundry. She's had a cough. When someone failed to appear for too many dawns in a row, the question went quieter. "Have you heard?" It didn't take courage to ask. It took something else, an agreement to live as if people were worth counting, even when records did not. Shock, when it came in the morning, rarely shouted. It arrived as a little absence, an empty place along the wall where a man usually leaned to lace his boots, a stall where the tea kettle didn't whistle because the woman who owned it had gone to her sister's and not returned. Once, a plank along the dock cracked like thin ice in February, and the sound got inside the bones of every man who heard it. No one fell, thank God, but the crack left a ghost noise that visited in quieter hours. Men stepped wider around that spot for weeks, because fear is sensible even when it seems like superstition. There were rules the city posted, and rules that lived in muscle and memory. The posted rules talked about hours and trespass, and the direction carts should take on narrow lanes. The muscle rules said, "Don't walk between 2 men carrying a plank. The world is already heavy enough. Don't argue with a woman who sells fish at dawn. She's done with night and has the right to say so. Don't waste heat. If a man's hands are red and yours are numb, share the cup. 2 sips each. No boasting. Don't sing near the rope in the hangover house unless others start it. If they do, keep it low and choose something with a refrain that doesn't home too hard." When the sun finally shook itself free of the smoke and made a weak coin in the sky, the city's better quarters charmingly named the color morning pearl. Down by the markets, it simply meant you could see well enough to judge bruises on fruit and cracks in stone and the truth of faces. The poor did not begrudge the names. They simply had work to do and preferred solid nouns. Bread, hook, stack, rent. Mid-morning split the world in two. Those who had found work bent themselves to it with the steady sincerity of people who cannot afford mistakes. Those who had not formed smaller currents that flowed around the activity. Odd jobs, errands that might end in a coin, deliveries that paid in copper, and the possibility of being remembered tomorrow. The forgotten talent of the poor, remembering who might need help again, kept some of them alive. Go to Mr. Harvey, someone would advise. He never says it, but he hates lifting that back gate. Or, Eleanor at the pie stall keeps her stack of plates too high. Offer to move it for her around 10. If you did such things well and did not hover for payment. With the look of a man counting aloud, the city sometimes paid you back by degrees. There were, too, the places where a person might pause and pretend to be merely resting, not waiting for anything more. Church steps where the stone kept sun just long enough to warm the back. Library walls where paper lived inside even if you were not allowed to handle it. Railings outside offices where one could stare at posters that promised positions to gentlemen with references and let a dream stand beside you without a quarrel. In those minutes, time changed its step. It walked slower, mostly out of pity. Children made a separate morning inside the larger one. They learned an alphabet of errands: bread home, peel potatoes, watch sister, run quick, fetch twine, mind the change. Their rewards were often half seen: an apple core, a pat on the shoulder, a laugh that didn't sting. They dodged wheels and memorized the faces of the men who would lift them onto a cart for a ride, and those who must be avoided, even if they offered sweets. Children became cartographers of safety long before they could read maps. Some mornings offered a plain grace, a cartwheel stuck in a rut, and 6 strangers set their shoulders to it. When it came free, nobody claimed credit, and the day went on as if a good thing hadn't just happened. A horse shied, and no one shouted, and the driver murmured nonsense until the animal remembered it was a horse. A woman dropped a parcel, and a boy caught it before it split. She said thank you without that pinch some use on beggars. And the boy stood taller for an hour. None of it made the papers, but it made the morning stand up straighter. Noon was a bell that cut bread in half. Those with work chewed quick, not to hurry the food, but to hurry back to the chance of a second shift. Those without work made their lunches last long enough to count as a plan. A slice of cheese could be persuaded to occupy 15 minutes if the hand paused between bites to smooth the paper it came in. A cup of tea could be coaxed into warmth again by holding it near a bakery vent. There was a discipline to frugality that rarely earned admiration, but it deserved it. Turning little into enough is harder than turning much into more. The city's larger stories, Parliament arguing, ships arriving, fortunes made in wool and coal, went on above these mornings like weather happening on a distant hill. The poor were not blind to it. They heard snippets from men who read the papers and from women who cleaned the offices where decisions were made. But for them, drama lay in the daily. A foreman's nod, a constable's shrug that meant he would walk on, a baker's glance that said the heel of the loaf might be cheaper after 3. The poor had learned to let the world keep its thunderstorms. They were busy learning the language of dew. Once, crossing the river on a morning clear enough to see past your own breath, you noticed how the tide carried a surface mood that hid the muscle of water below. Barges slid as if on oil, but ropes held tight, and men leaned with their hips to keep lines singing low and not snapping sharp. It looked effortless, which is how effort looks when those doing it have been taught by necessity. The city was like that, a surface of bustle floating on deep currents of skill, patience, and the steady exchange of small mercies. As the day rounded the corner toward afternoon, those who had found no work let themselves admit it. Shoulders relaxed in that special way disappointment demands, and feet pointed toward places where a penny might be converted back into shelter later. But even then, the morning's labor was not wasted. It had done its true work. It had given a shape to the hours, kept men from falling into the holes that open in idle time, allowed women to say honestly, "I tried," which is a sentence that keeps pride from going hungry. When evening gathered itself from the ends of streets and the lamps rehearsed their halos again, the city would begin another set of bargains. Pennies for benches, pennies for ropes, 4 for a box with straw. But the morning had already earned its place. It had laid out the tools you needed to face the night. A memory of heat around a cup, the echo of a foreman's fair word, the map of safe corners and generous stalls drawn again on the inside of the mind. Morning had done the quiet arithmetic by which a body endures. 1 breath plus 1 more, 1 step plus 1 more. A crust divided and then divided again, until enough hours accumulated to call a life. And when you finally turned back toward the shelter, or toward the corner of a church where the wind forgot to visit, you carried with you a long, low note you could hum under any sky. We tried. We did the work. We kept each other steady for a while. Even for those who counted such things only inwardly, it was something like prayer. Not the kind that asked for miracles, but the kind that thanked morning for having been a good, honest morning, which is rarer than it sounds. Behind gray walls, hope was measured in inches. The workhouse stood apart from the rest of the street, though its bricks were the same London bricks as any other. Its walls did not lean like the lodging houses, nor did its roof sag as the laundries often did. It was tidy, square, efficient, yet that very neatness carried a chill sharper than fog. A passerby could not mistake it for anything but what it was, the final refuge and the final surrender of those who could no longer manage even the penny sit-up or the coffin bed. At dawn, when chimneys along Whitechapel began to breathe and market wagons rattled their way toward Covent Garden, the workhouse gates already rang with the clatter of wooden shoes and the murmur of voices pressed low. Children lined one path, women another, men yet another. Families arrived together only to be pulled gently but firmly apart, sent toward their appointed wings, as though blood ties were of less weight than the orderliness of ledgers. The clerk's pen scratched, the ledger grew fat, and behind him, the matron tapped her ring against the rail to keep bodies moving. The poor knew the truth before they ever stepped inside. Once admitted, your life was divided into inches and hours. Meals at this time, labor at that time, silence until further notice. The bread was coarse, the broth thin, the beds narrow and placed in rows with no room for even the smallest keepsake. Conversation was limited to what was necessary. Singing, laughter, and even sighs too loud could earn reprimand. A man might leave again if he found work and proved steady, but the city's memory was long. Once marked as an inmate, references wilted. The workhouse was meant to be both shelter and warning. From the outside, its windows looked blind, though lamps burned within. On damp mornings you could hear the sound of stone breaking, men at their task, shattering rock into fragments no one needed, the very point of the labor being its pointlessness. They swung hammers in rhythm, each strike dull against the courtyard walls. The sound echoed down alleys, telling every ear that heard. This is what waits for you if you fall further. Children inside fared no better. They were set to picking oakum, pulling apart old ropes so the fibers could be used again for ship caulking. The work blistered small fingers, rubbed raw the soft skin at the joints, and filled the air with dust that lodged in throats. Yet the task was not meant for profit alone. It was meant for discipline, for reminding even the youngest that charity came only with labor attached. The children did not run, nor shout, nor play in any way resembling freedom. They bent their heads and worked, eyes darting to the matron's stick when fatigue made them slow. For the women, laundry was the common lot. Great steaming tubs belched mist into the air, leaving walls slick and lungs wheezing. Red hands lifted, scrubbed, wrung, lifted again. Shirts, trousers, sheets that smelled of better homes. Some women whispered to one another when the matron's back turned, sharing scraps of memory like contraband. A child's first steps, a kitchen once bright with sunlight. But when the footsteps of authority approached, silence fell as heavily as the steam. In the men's wing, stone breaking was joined by oakum picking and wood chopping. Hours unspooled like rope, each marked by labor designed less to build than to remind. The watchful eye of the overseer measured effort, not result. Idleness, the city declared, was the mother of vice. And so every hour was filled, not with learning or skill, but with work that wore the body while leaving the mind to despair. The cruelty of it lay not in whips or blows. Those were rare, for punishment of that kind left marks and raised questions. The cruelty lay in the gray sameness, in the way days folded one into the next, until a man could no longer say whether he had been in the workhouse for a fortnight or a season, in the way laughter shriveled, for humor requires oxygen, and there was none to spare, in the way mothers laid their children in beds apart from them, listening through the walls for the sound of their breathing. Those outside knew the sound of the place. When a cart rattled by with its stone load, when a bundle of stripped rope passed down the street, when steam from the laundry drifted over the wall, it carried a warning sharper than any constable's hand on the shoulder. The penny sit-up, the hangover rope, the coffin bed, all were preferable. They left you freedom, however threadbare. They let you keep your name in your own mouth. The workhouse took even that, and yet, even here, kindness flickered. A crust slipped from one hand to another in the laundry. A man at the stones lifted an extra strike when his neighbor's breath faltered. A child, no more than 8, whispered the alphabet under her breath as she picked oakum, reciting it like a spell to keep her mind from fraying. These were tiny rebellions, nearly invisible, but they held more power than the overseer's stick. They reminded each prisoner, yes, for prisoner was the truer word, that humanity still lived in them, however carefully measured. The city did not record such details. Ledgers counted how many entered, how many died, how many left. But they did not record how many children dreamed of green fields while their fingers bled, or how many women sang softly into the steam to remind themselves of lullabies. The workhouse reduced people to statistics, but within its walls, people stubbornly remained people, even when stripped of nearly everything else. One cold morning, a man who had once been a porter at Covent Garden whispered to another, "This hammer will outlast me." He said it not in despair, but with wry humor, and the other man laughed, a dry, low laugh that carried more courage than any sermon. For a moment, the stones seemed lighter. For a moment, the walls cracked enough to let in a sliver of dignity. And so the workhouse stood, year after year, a monument, not to mercy, but to society's fear of idleness. The poor passed by its walls with a shiver, clutching their pennies tighter, determined to endure benches, ropes, coffins. anything rather than that final surrender. And those who dwelt within learned to survive not by bending entirely, but by carrying small kindnesses like hidden fire, warming each other against the cold design of the place. The law walked beside the poor, unseen but near. Even before the first lamps flickered awake, the constable's step was known. The sound of boots striking cobbles had its own vocabulary, measured, steady, not hurried unless trouble stirred. To many Londoners, it meant reassurance, order kept, thieves watched, fires called out in time. But for the poor, those boots meant something else entirely. They meant scrutiny. They meant being seen at the wrong hour, in the wrong place, and perhaps being moved along, or worse, carried off. The policeman's figure was unmistakable in the fog, helmet rising above the mist, lantern swinging with a dull halo, coat hanging heavy as a curtain. He was not always hostile. Some offered nods, some even greetings. But the law in Victorian London was less about kindness than about management. And so, to be poor was to be suspect, one step away from being counted not as a citizen, but as a nuisance. A woman huddled in a doorway with her child might be woken not with concern, but with a prod of the truncheon. The officer muttering, "Move on now, no loitering." A man too weary to stand might find himself arrested for vagrancy, his only crime being that his feet had refused another step. The bobbies patrolled their beats like metronomes, and in their presence, every ragged figure felt the weight of a society that feared poverty more than it sought to cure it. The strange thing was how quickly instincts formed. At the sound of boots, shoulders straightened, eyes lowered, movements sharpened into purpose. To look idle was to invite suspicion. To look hurried was to look guilty. The trick was to appear useful without drawing notice, to walk as if headed somewhere, even when you were not. The art of passing unseen became a survival skill as necessary as finding food. Constables had a kind of ledger in their minds. They remembered faces, especially the ones that repeated night after night along the same street. A man might be warned once, twice, then taken in on the third sighting. Not for crime, but for existence without evident means. A woman with dirtied skirts might be accused of solicitation, whether or not she had ever asked a price. Children fared no better. Orphan boys, wandering too near a warehouse door, could be collared and hauled off as suspected thieves, though they had touched nothing. Yet it would be untrue to paint all blue coats with the same brush. There were some who bent rules in quiet ways. A policeman might let a man warm his hands at the lamp for a few minutes longer before shooing him away. Another might warn of a raid on a lodging house, giving women time to scatter before arrests filled the night. A few even looked the other way when bread changed hands in a manner not strictly legal. Still, those mercies depended on the individual's mood, and no one could trust them to appear twice. The poor lived under the knowledge that kindness from authority was an accident, while punishment was the rule. Shock sometimes came soft, as when a man was stopped and asked to show his coins. He turned his pockets inside out, 3 pennies clinking on his palm, and the constable, disappointed at the lack of evidence for arrest, shoved him onward. But in that shove lived a truth. Poverty itself was treated as crime, a condition to be policed rather than understood. For those with no home to retreat to, the city's very law became another hazard of the night. It was not that the constables enjoyed cruelty. Most were weary themselves, men on long shifts in bitter weather, but they were part of a system designed to keep poverty hidden from respectable eyes. Their orders were simple: Keep the streets clear. Keep the doorways empty. Keep the night orderly. If that meant a woman and her baby must be moved along until dawn without rest, so be it. If that meant men were dragged into cells for the crime of being visible, so be it. The uniform carried duty heavier than empathy. Still, there were glimmers. One old Bobby, long past his prime, was known to linger near the tea stall. He would order a cup, sip half, then set the rest on the counter and walk away, muttering something about too hot. Another man, younger and sterner, once guided a shivering child toward the mission house instead of the jail. His lantern swinging like a star, the boy followed with wide eyes. These were rare moments, but they lived long in the memories of those who witnessed them, proof that humanity could peek through even brass buttons. For the homeless, strategy became second nature. Walk when the constable walks. Rest only in the shadows where his lantern does not fall. If questioned, speak with respect, but not eagerness. Too much humility smelled of deceit, too much confidence of arrogance. If asked your trade, have an answer ready. Porter, laborer, washer, whatever sounded plausible. Carry some evidence if possible, a hook, a rag, a piece of twine that might pass as a tool. The poor knew that to be without an explanation was as dangerous as being without a coin. What made the policeman's shadow so heavy was its constancy. Hunger could be eased by bread, cold by straw, fatigue by a rope to lean upon. But the law walked everywhere, inescapable, its lantern always circling back. To survive meant not only battling hunger and cold, but also the gaze of authority that asked, again and again, "Why are you here, and why do you not disappear?" And yet, in that shadow, resilience formed. The poor learned to walk with dignity even under suspicion, to make their bodies say, "I belong to this street as much as the stones do." They learned to hide generosity within sleight of hand, so that a coin passed between them would not draw the constable's eye. They learned to keep their stories straight, so that if questioned, their words carried the ring of truth, even when truth was bent. London streets were lit by gas, but they were ruled by boots on cobble, by helmets glimpsed through fog, by the ever-present sense that poverty was not only a burden, but an offense. And still, the poor endured. They bent around the shadow of the law as water bends around a stone, never ceasing, never defeated entirely. The constable's lantern swung, the truncheon tapped, and life went on beneath it, stubborn as ever. Strangers often carried each other through the night. The poorest quarters of London were crowded with people, and yet filled with silence of a particular kind, the silence of strangers standing shoulder to shoulder to shoulder, sharing hardship without ever needing names. A bench in the penny sit-up, a rope in the two-penny hangover, a coffin box lined with straw. All these places created neighbors who might never exchange more than a glance, yet whose presence became as necessary as breath. There was comfort in numbers, even when those numbers were worn thin by hunger. A man sitting beside you on a bench might never speak, yet you felt steadier knowing his shoulder pressed lightly against yours, his breathing proof that you were not alone in fighting sleep. The watchman's stick could strike the floor and rattle nerves, but the rhythm of the man's chest beside you lent back a fragment of calm. In the hangover house, when ropes swayed under the weight of so many bent bodies, the mere fact that they swayed together, all leaning into exhaustion at once, made the misery more bearable. The city often spoke of the poor as if they were a faceless crowd. Reports called them vagrants, destitutes, undeserving cases. Yet within the crowd, each person carried small peculiarities, and those peculiarities became companions in ways that surprised even the bearers. A woman with a cough like gravel and a laugh just as rough could turn an hour less heavy simply by sharing it. A boy who whistled tunelessly before sleep, imitating birds he had once heard in countryside hedges, gave others the strange relief of memory. Because if one child still thought of birds, perhaps life still held something beyond bricks and fog. Shock, when it appeared in these gatherings, came quietly. Once, in a coffin house, a man who had lain down in his box did not stir when the morning bell rang. The others noticed, but did not call out. They simply stepped around him, the silence thick with understanding. Death was not rare, but what startled was how swiftly the living adjusted, how the group carried on with a kind of gentle respect, leaving the man in place until the attendants came. No cries, no panic, just a quiet acceptance that he had slipped into the sleep everyone else was still chasing. But more often, the companions of the night gave life rather than witnessed its end. A stranger who shared half a crust, or warned of a constable's heavy tread, or shifted slightly to make room. These gestures stitched together an invisible quilt. They did not erase misery, but they softened its edges. And because of them, many survived who might not have lasted the cold alone. Some bonds lasted only a night, a few words, an offered bite of apple, and then separation come morning, never to meet again. Yet the memory lingered. Years later, when fortunes changed, a man might still recall the nameless fellow who passed him a corner of bread. A woman might remember the boy who carried her bundle when her hands failed. They were brief intersections, like lantern light flashing across fog, yet they left warmth behind. The rhythm of survival created its own etiquette. Speak low, for loud voices reminded others too sharply of the outside world. Share if you could, for hunger was a fire best dampened with even a small branch. Do not ask questions too deep, for the answers might wound. And above all, never wake another unless necessary, for sleep was currency rarer than pennies. These rules were not written on walls, but everyone seemed to know them. The companionship of the poor was fragile but persistent. When one person disappeared, perhaps arrested, perhaps dead, perhaps lucky enough to find steady work, the absence left a mark. Others noticed, even if they never spoke the name aloud. It was a strange kind of community, built not on permanence, but on fleeting alliances, each one as temporary as fog, yet just as real. Children especially carried this silent bond. They moved among strangers with quick instincts, recognizing which adults could be trusted by the tilt of their heads, the way they set down their cups, the way they left a crust deliberately near small hands. In return, children offered laughter, sudden and bright, as if reminding the weary that joy had not been wholly stolen from the world. Many a night was eased by a child's half-forgotten rhyme, whispered into the dark, the words nonsense, yet strangely comforting. Constables, officials, and reformers rarely saw these moments. They saw crowds, problems, statistics. But within the crowd, humanity persisted in these fleeting companions. They were reminders that the poor were not simply surviving as individuals, but surviving together, in ways the city would never fully record. And so each night, when the watchman's stick tapped the floor, when the ropes swayed with bodies leaning forward, when the coffins creaked with shifting shoulders, the silence held more than despair. It held the weight of strangers quietly sustaining one another. Warmth arrived in cups, with names written softly. By late afternoon, when London's light turned the color of pewter and roofs bled a thin line of smoke against the sky, the city's quieter bells called the poor by ways they alone could hear. not clanging chapel bells or dock whistles, not those, but the bells of rumor and habit. Someone said the mission on Hanbury Street had tea tonight. The ladies at St. Bride's were handing out bread. The soup kitchen near the printing shops had a few sacks of coal to divide, if you queued before the man with the ledger appeared. These were lines of quiet charity, stitched into the city, as surely as gas mains and gutters. They formed without shouting, and they formed early, like frost. A woman would pause at a corner, tugging her shawl tighter, then turn because she saw 3 others turning. A pair of boys would pass, quick-eyed as birds, and the older would nod in the direction of a basement window already filmed with steam. Within the hour, a soft-breathing serpent of people coiled along the curb. Old boots, mended skirts, caps pulled low, backs keeping a patient shape that was not pride and not surrender, but something we might call endurance. At St. Bride's, lantern light fell in tired pools across a stone floor, polished by centuries of feet. The ladies, who had begun their day among polished banisters and good coal fires, wore severe black and a manner that tried to be both brisk and kind. Their trays held thick slices of bread and small curls of cheese, each wrapped in paper the color of rain. The rule was 1 packet, 1 cup, sweet tea for strength, a lady would explain, as if apologizing for the sugar's boldness. Names were asked, not always written down, but asked in a way that established order. Your name? A woman with a straight back and careful eyes would say, and the reply, if spoken clearly, might earn a second glance. We've seen you before, haven't we? Sometimes there followed a tiny conversation. Married, children, work if any, all kept low so the line would not collapse into a chorus of need. There was judgment at times. One could feel it in the tilt of a chin or in a mouth that pinched after a whiff of stale gin. Yet there was gentleness, too, in the way a cup was steadied by a gloved hand when old fingers shook, or how a slice of bread grew mysteriously thicker when placed into a child's palm. The charity was imperfect, human, an uneven cloth, some threads scratchy, some surprisingly soft. Across the city, in a basement kitchen whose windows sat at ankle height, kettles labored on iron rings and the air entered every coat with the smell of onions. The missioners there were fewer in number and rougher in cloth. Their voices carried a working man's rasp and the faith that comes not from sermons, but from having lifted sacks and buried friends. They kept a ledger, it is true, but they wrote names as if writing them rescued the bearer from vanishing. Nell, one would murmur as he bent over the page. Nell with the little one. And his pencil would hesitate. What surname? Before landing on an initial that stood for honesty. Nell, no other given. The line for soup bent around a post and back toward the door. Steam fogged the glass and nourished hope faster than the ladle could. When the door opened, the queue exhaled as one, then inhaled again, the cold slipping in like a thought people tried not to think. Inside, the soup was not a miracle. It had more water than anyone wished, and too few pearls of barley. But it was hot, and heat is a kind of truth in winter. A man took his tin cup and did not drink right away. He breathed from it first, as if cupping a candle to keep it alive. Children learned the rituals early. Hold the cup with 2 hands, do not slosh, nod to the woman who steadies the saucer, and, perhaps most important, do not swallow too fast. A boy could watch his own future in the shape of the line ahead. Tired boots, then a coat carefully mended, then a woman who might once have been a maid in a better house, then, near the front, men with hands too raw to be anything but laborers. The boy would stand on his toes for a moment and see it all. The quiet system that replaced luck with cue, hunger with order, pain with cups that warmed cheeks for a minute or two. Shock did not arrive in thunder here. It arrived in glass. A well-dressed gentleman, nose red from the evening, scarf tucked just so, stepped out of a cab to peer at the line as if it were an exhibit. His curiosity was not cruel. Perhaps he had given to the fund that kept those kettles filled. Yet when he lifted his monocle and tilted his head, the queue stiffened in a way the cold could not make them stiffen. A lady at the table, sensing the gathered breath, raised her chin a fraction and said, "Good evening," with a softness that dismissed spectacle and reasserted dignity. The gentleman, embarrassed without knowing why, tipped his hat and vanished into fog as if swallowed by it. Some nights the ledger closed early. Supplies ran out. The kettle spoke a hollow language when struck. The man with the pencil would step to the doorway, hat removed, and say in a voice that tried to lean less on apology than on promise, "We will open earlier tomorrow." Those words, simple as bread, were all he had. The line would loosen slowly, sorrow moving along it like a wind. But even then, there were small repairs. Someone would break their slice and swap halves with someone who had none. Someone would set down an empty tin and walk away lighter than he had arrived, for he had been seen, named, given a place, even if the place held only steam and waiting. In another corner of the city, a tea stall worked like a clock for the night. The tea man knew the beats of the constable's round, and when the printers took their brief breath between editions, he knew which hands had copper and which had not, and he kept a row of cups that did not move, tokens of owed favors that would be paid when a day paid something back. "Sit," he would say to no one in particular in a voice that soothed because it made no fuss. The bench outside his stall, close to the brazier, had seen more confessions than many pulpits. It heard about lost jobs, bad coin, coughs that would not leave, and children who needed shoes. It heard too about luck, small as a thimble, but luck all the same. A morning shift at the docks, a foreman who said, "Back again tomorrow," a landlady who waited 3 days more before asking for rent. Charity had many faces in these streets. There were missions that required a prayer for a bowl, and others that asked only for a name. There were ladies who spoke of thrift and temperance, and meant well by both. And there were women with red knuckles who said nothing at all as they poured. There were posters describing deserving and undeserving, and there was tape mended into cups, its glue judgment-free. No one system belonged wholly to mercy, and none entirely to pride. They braided as city things do. People learned routes, the triangle of consolation. A woman might stop first at the church for a packet, then angle east to the mission for soup, then turn north toward the tea stall where the man in the cap would pretend not to see the extra spoonful of sugar taken as a luxury. Along the way, she would share a word here and there. Snow, watchman angry, coal tomorrow at the pumps. News that mattered because it stood between a long night and a longer one. Names asked so briskly at the front of the line had a way of lingering after. "You're Nell," someone would say 2 days later at a different queue, and Nell would nod, startled and pleased. For in a world that could strip a person to invisibility, being called by name was a thread thrown across a chasm. It did not pull you out, but it gave you something to hold while you found footing. The ledger, thought tedious by some, functioned as a gentle net, entries like stitches, keeping people from falling through entirely. Of course, not all encounters were tender. A matron, worn thin by too many nights of too many needs, might snap at a man whose thanks came out muddled. A child might be told to move along not because anyone wished him harm, but because the kettle had to serve those already waiting inside. There were quarrels over place. "Did you step ahead of me, sir?" And flushes of shame that came with being seen wanting. But even these frictions testified to life. You cannot rub two stones together without heat. You cannot place 100 weary hearts into one room without sparks. The wonder was how often the sparks warmed rather than burned. One evening, a woman set her cup down carefully and folded her bread paper as if it were a letter. "When I was a girl," she said to no one in particular, "we had tea like this on Sundays." Mother put the good cloth on the table. The listener, an older man with shoulders like a coal scuttle, nodded. "My Nan," he answered, "saved orange peel and set it by the grate. Said it sweetened the room." The two sat for a moment within their shared museum of small domestic riches. Then they rose and moved along, carrying a flavor all the way to the street. Winter sharpened everything. The queue outside a mission grew earlier and longer when the Thames sent cold breath up alleys. The tea's heat felt more like medicine, and the soup, however thin, drew color back to cheeks. A lady who had once scolded about temperance brought a jar of goose fat one night, and without a word showed 3 mothers how to rub a child's chest when the cough grew deep. The man with the ledger pulled a shawl tight around old shoulders and pretended it had been misplaced when, in truth, it had been set aside for whoever shivered most. Contrary to rumor, charity was not always the hand that lowers. Sometimes it lifted and stepped back. A missioner watched a young man steady an older one on the stairs and said nothing, for the finest gift in that moment was not a sermon, but a space where dignity could stand without being fussed over. A lady at St. Bride's, who had at first searched each face for sin as if the poor wore it like a smudge, began instead to look for skill. "You have a seamstress's fingers," she told one woman, and sent her to a laundry with a quiet note. There were nights that finished with a hymn, voices low and unrehearsed, the sound less about words than about the breathing together it required. A hymn gave shape to gratitude, but it also gave permission for silence after. The door would open, cold would reach an alert as a cat, and people would step out slowly, their hearts beating a little less fast from warmth and from being inside a room where no one shouted, "Move on." If you followed the line after it dissolved, you could see the city softened just a notch. A child licked sugar from his thumb and looked up at the gas lamp as if it were a moon. A man touched his pocket, not to count coins. There were none to count, but to feel the folded paper bread had come in, the way some men touch letters from home. A woman walked more upright for a block and a half, then, when her steps grew small again, changed her hand from clutching to carrying. It was a small difference, but a difference all the same. The ledger at the mission ended a year with its pages swollen from damp and use. The man who kept it paged back and saw a parade of names that read like a psalm of persistence. Some lines had been crossed out, not in refusal, but because the bearers had moved on, to a room, to work, to another city. He touched those lines with a finger and felt the roughness where graphite had mixed with steam. "Still here," he murmured, not meaning himself. And the ladies at St. Bride's, who had once gathered once a week, began to gather twice. Their talk changed shape. Where it had been a braid of caution and patronage, it became a braid of planning and simple logistics. "More tea," one said. "Less lecture," another suggested, and no one corrected her. They learned that a warm cup loosened tongues faster than questions did. They learned to listen for a kind of music that told them when the room had had enough rules and could carry itself for a while without direction. What did these lines of quiet charity truly do? They did not dismantle poverty, nor did they cure illness, nor did they fill every belly. But they interposed themselves between a bitter wind and a bare throat. They wrote names where names were slipping. They turned strangers into neighbors for an hour and taught both to endure the long night that would follow. If the wealth of London counted wealth in ledgers and warehouses, there was another account kept in steam and sugar, in the knowledge that you could stand at a door and be given a cup without a sneer. And if you listened closely at closing time, when chairs scraped and cups clinked into basins, you could hear something like a blessing pass through the room. No formal word, no liturgy, simply the soft shuffle of people who had been fed and could, for a stretch of street, think of other things. They would carry that stretch like a small hearth within them, shielded with the care of campers guarding embers. Tomorrow would ask again, but tonight had answered in the oldest way, with warmth and with a name. Even sleep could not escape the city's weight. The shelters of London promised, in their advertisements and on the lips of the charitable, rest. Yet anyone who laid their head there soon learned that rest was not the same as sleep. To sleep deeply meant to release yourself, to sink into a world of dreams where safety was assumed. But safety was not on offer in the penny sit-up, nor on the ropes, nor even in the coffin houses. What was offered was something smaller, a space where your body might fall into half sleep, your chin resting on your chest, your shoulders aching, while your ears remained awake like watchmen on their own. Every night, the room filled with the sounds of half-dreaming, the cough that broke like thunder across silence, the whistle of a man's nose when exhaustion forced him into crooked slumber, the rustle of straw under restless shoulders, and always beneath these, the quiet sighs and murmurs of people caught between here and elsewhere, memories surfacing as half-spoken words. One woman muttered recipes she must have learned in her mother's kitchen. Half a spoon, no more, no less. A man called out a name, not in desperation, but as if speaking across a garden hedge. "Mary, bring the basket." And then silence again, until another voice took its turn. There were moments more startling. A man might jolt upright, eyes wide, breathing sharp, his hand gripping the edge of his coffin box as though it were a ship's rail in storm. He had dreamed of falling, perhaps, or of a debt collector's knock, or of the rope breaking beneath him. Around him, bodies shifted, but did not stir to comfort. There was no rule against kindness, but in these places it was rarely spoken in the moment. The unspoken pact was, let each person wrestle with their own shadows. By morning, they will rejoin us. Night terrors were common. Hunger seeps into dreams as surely as cold seeps into bone. A child who had eaten too little would whimper as though chased, his feet twitching in patterns that echoed flight. A mother would wake with a cry, clutching for a child no longer there, hands finding only rough straw. A man who had worked the docks might kick as if lifting a crate, his lips moving as though bargaining once more. Dreams offered no gentleness when waking life was so harsh. They often returned the same cruelties but painted them larger, louder, impossible to ignore. And yet, amid the terrors, there were gentle dreams too. One woman smiled in her sleep, the corners of her mouth curving with a memory so strong it softened her entire face. No one knew what she saw, perhaps a long-ago wedding day, or a garden filled with lavender, or the laughter of children before hardship thinned their voices. A boy murmured the word butterfly, again and again, as though it were a spell. Another man hummed tunelessly, caught between dream and waking, and the sound, though rough, was as close to a lullaby as the room had known in weeks. Sometimes dreams passed hand to hand like gifts. One person would wake and whisper a fragment to the neighbor sitting beside them. "I saw fields," a man said once, eyes shining in the dim light. "No fences. Just running." The neighbor, half asleep, nodded and carried that vision into his own restless slumber. By morning, he recalled a meadow that was not his, but which had lent him warmth through the night. The watchmen who patrolled the rows did not trouble themselves with the content of dreams. Their task was to keep heads upright and bodies in order, to rap the floor when someone leaned too far into forbidden comfort. But even they sometimes paused when a cry split the air. One watchman, known for the sharpness of his stick, once hesitated when a young girl's sobs filled the hall. He stood still, stick frozen, until the child quieted again. Perhaps he remembered his own daughter's cries in the night. Perhaps he felt, if only for a breath, that the order he enforced pressed too cruelly upon such fragile sleep. The shock of the night was how little separated waking from dreaming. A noise from the street could blend into a nightmare. A nightmare could spill into waking with such force that for a moment the sufferer could not tell which world they occupied. Once, a man dreamt of drowning, thrashing so hard he toppled from his bench. He woke on the floor, gasping, waterless but still, choking on the fear. The others looked away politely, pretending not to notice. Politeness was often the last dignity left, and so they offered it to him as best they could. In the coffin house, dreams seemed sharper. The wooden walls created chambers of sound, so that a whisper might echo like a shout. A boy whimpered for his mother, and the entire row heard it, each coffin holding the echo. A man muttered curses in his sleep, and the words carried as though spoken by many voices at once. Sleep in the coffins was deeper. Yes, for the body at least, but it came with these strange choruses, private fears made public by the acoustics of poverty. And yet, if one leaned into the sound, it was not terror alone that filled the night. There were also songs, faint and broken, sung by those half-dreaming of places they once belonged. Sea shanties from men who had worked ships until sickness drove them to shore. Hymns remembered by women whose childhoods had been spent in chapels now far away. Lullabies hummed by mothers with no children near. They mingled into a strange harmony that lasted minutes at a time, as though the room itself decided to breathe together. Morning always came too soon. Bells rang harshly, designed to break dreams as surely as they broke sleep. Eyes opened red, bodies rose aching, and the terrors of the night slipped back into the cracks of daylight. Few spoke of them. A man who had screamed an hour before now shook his neighbor's hand with cheerless politeness. A woman who had wept quietly now adjusted her shawl and walked with steady feet into the street. The night belonged to shadows, but the morning belonged to appearances, and appearances were easier to manage. Still, the memory of dreams lingered. They walked beside people as they queued for bread, as they searched for work, as they ducked constables' eyes. A dream of a meadow, a dream of lavender, a dream of butterflies. These clung like talismans, invisible but strong. And sometimes, just sometimes, they carried a person one step further than hunger might have allowed. What was shocking was not that nightmares flourished in such places, but that hope dared to sneak into them too. The city had stripped so much from the poor, but not their capacity to imagine better worlds, even while asleep on straw or rope. Dreams, though fragile, reminded them that another life existed somewhere, if not tomorrow, then perhaps in memory, or in a heaven promised by preachers, or in the soft recesses of the mind itself. And so the shelters echoed, not only with coughs and mutters, but with fragments of lives dreamed into the night. If you closed your eyes and listened, you might almost believe you were in a great cathedral of humanity, where prayers rose not as words, but as unconscious whispers. Prayers of hunger, prayers of memory, prayers of hope, all carried in the breath of sleepers who clung together, side by side, through the long London night. Survival balanced itself in tiny coins and quiet trades. If you wish to understand the poorest corners of Victorian London, you could not begin with grand sums or ledgers dressed in columns of ink. You had to start with a single penny, round, common, a little world of copper, and the careful ways it moved from hand to hand. 1 penny could warm a cup or open a door. 2 could soften a night. 4 could lay a body flat in a coffin-shaped bed and let a spine unfurl by the width of a sigh. The city, tall with cathedrals and rich with banks, kept its deepest arithmetic in small coins that sang softly when they touched. Morning light, when it arrived, did not announce itself to these districts with any ceremony. It found the pavements already busy, the air lifting the night's damp out of shawls and coats. Women with baskets tied in twine walked toward markets where bruised vegetables would be cheaper after 10. Men with the particular role of the day laborer swung their shoulders to loosen sleep from them, counting without looking. A halfpenny for tea, a penny for bread, 1 for the tram if luck ran late, but work started early. Children woke as accountants, too, measuring how far a heel could be worn through before a cobbler had to see it, how much coal dust might be coaxed into 1 more hour of heat. The pawn shop stood like a lighthouse for the desperate, except its lamp was a pair of 3 brass balls, and its harbor could be cruel. Saturday redeemed what Monday pawned, or Monday redeemed what Saturday could not. There was a rhythm to it, that the poor learn it as people learn seasons. Inside, the counter shone with a polish that came from many forearms leaning upon it. Behind glass, goods looked tidier than they had in any home. Rings resting in felted trays, watches ticking to remind the room of time, shawls folded tenderly, a violin asleep in a case as if dreaming of a tune. Name? The pawnbroker asked without malice, though his manner seemed to have been pressed by iron and folded twice. A woman slid her wedding ring across the wood as if setting down a scrap of herself. The broker peered, weighed, and wrote a number on a ticket that smelled faintly of the glue that held it. He did not ask for her story. The ticket was story enough. She tucked it into a pocket sewn inside her bodice, where it would live like a second heartbeat until coins gathered in her purse again. Shock, in such rooms, seldom raised its voice. It showed itself in smaller things. A toy soldier, pledged for a week. A clasp of hair tied with ribbon, priced like any other object. A Bible with a name on its flyleaf, the corners smoothed by years of thumbs, and now stacked with other books, each waiting to be redeemed or forgotten. The pawnbroker was not a villain in his own tale. He spoke politely and kept his shelves clean, but the air in his shop held the weight of objects parted from their stories, and that is a heavier thing than silver. On paydays, if paydays came, the street altered. The poor did not become rich, but they stood up taller in the manner of trees when wind stills. Pockets that had learned the shape of emptiness felt suddenly crowded, and the city collected those coins quickly. A hot pie at a street stall, a bundle of kindling, a doctor for a cough that had waited, polite but insistent, at the edge of a chest. The cleverest among them peeled off a few pennies and folded them into a secret place: a sock, a hem, the lining of a hat, so that Tuesday's thinness would not swallow everything Monday offered. This kind of hiding was called prudence by some and fear by others. For the poor, it meant breath. If a penny could open a door, a farthing could still claim a corner. In coffee rooms that welcomed even the ragged, a farthing bought time as much as drink. The owner might set a cup down as if it were a ceremony, and the drinker, man or woman, would nurse it until the liquid cooled to a pale brown mirror. A place at a table meant warmth. A hand around a cup steadied more than the cup itself. A traveler from countryside lanes might watch these rituals and call them sad, but those who lived by them recognized their quiet gladness. A place to sit that did not require explanation. In kitchens and alleys, an economy of scraps thrived. Onion skins saved to tint a broth, bacon fat, carefully kept in a jar, waiting to glisten a crust tomorrow. The end of a loaf grated into crumbs for binding the next day's meal. Children learned to sweep the edges of their bowls with a thumb so clean that mothers smiled at their thrift. The smell of stew lingered like a promise in rooms that had nothing else to promise. A pot left to murmur on the hob could still make a space feel like a home. Rag and bone men moved like tide across the streets, calling in long vowels that carried around corners. They bought bones for glue, rags for paper, metal for its old shine, bottles for their next lives. In their carts, a city's leavings transformed into another city's needs. A girl might sell a rag and buy a heel of bread from the coster who knew her by the slope of her shoulders. Between their hands, the ragman's stained with ink and the coster's smelling of apples, there flowed a chain of mercies that no ministry could have designed. Sunday markets hummed with second chances. A pair of boots whose leather had remembered too many steps would still find new feet. A coat with a careful darn in the shoulder would make a winter bearable for someone who had until yesterday been measuring cold with a shawl. In the pocket of such a coat, a previous owner had left a stub of pencil, and the new owner, finding it there, felt a kinship that cost nothing, and yet cost dearly to feel. Work, when it could be found, paid a different wage every day. Coin, yes, but also posture. A man who had hefted crates for 3 hours walked like a man again, the set of his jaw suggesting respect he did not get, but gave himself. A woman who had mended shirts at a laundry bent over her own seam at night, with a sense of holding something together besides cloth. That kind of wage spent itself slowly. It bought patience for the queue, clarity for the next choice, courage to walk past the gin shop door when unpaid fear said to go in. Still, choices narrowed cruelly by winter. Charcoal smoke hung low enough to touch. Chimneys breathed white. Breath wrote itself in the air and then blew away. Coal men came at dawn, their sacks shaping them into myths. They shouldered the weight, and houses revived with a mutter of fires waking. Who could afford a sack? Few. Who could afford a shovelful? More. If one knew the coal yard where the keeper measured small and looked the other way when a child's fingers learned to weigh a handful fair. At the mission houses, tickets sometimes replaced coins. A blue square for bread, a red for soup, a green, rare and precious, for a blanket's loan. The tickets clacked in their own language. People learned to ask with their eyes as much as with their mouths. Have you a blue? I can give a red tomorrow. The barter slipped between them discreetly, a choreography of pockets and palms that turned strangers into neighbors for the space of a doorway. And what of debt? It nested softly in many rooms. A landlady, stern in speech but alive to subtler economies, might say, Saturday then, and mean Tuesday if the nod she received answered honestly. A cobbler might let a boy walk out in mended boots, his own eyes dropping to the lad's ankles, not to judge but to measure growth, for he knew he would be asked to lengthen the laces before spring. Debt in such places carried shame, but it also carried trust. If you kept your word when pennies returned, you earned something rarer than money, a welcome next time. Here and there, cruelty ran like a cold stream. A foreman underpaid a man because he could, and the man, knowing it, accepted the coins anyway, for his child's cough did not bargain. A shopkeeper weighed a loaf with his thumb on the scale, and the customer, seeing, said nothing. Such moments lodged like grit under the day's tongue. Yet even then, mended kindness worked. The same street might hold a widow who placed an extra crust on a windowsill, then pretended not to see to whom it went. Shock visited in quieter shapes. The day a woman brought her violin to the pawnbroker, and he, who had seen everything, hummed a line under his breath as his fingers touched the strings. "Play a bar," he asked, and when she did, the sound filled the little shop with a summer she had once known. He still wrote the ticket. He must. But he lowered the interest a notch and turned his ledger slightly, ashamed of his hand. She left with coins and no music, and the shopkeeper stood a long while without moving. No sermon had passed between them, only value, counted two ways at once. Some evenings, a man sat at a table and spread his, week before him in coins like seeds. He divided them into small hills, rent, bread, tea, coal, and the little foolish hill that might buy a tobacconist's paper twist because a pipe now and then steadied his breath better than advice. His wife, across the board, counted in thread and buttons. 2 pence for darning cotton, she said, halfpenny for needles. Between them lay a third pile, the children's, always rated first and replenished last, a weather vane for fortune's shifting. In the press of all this arithmetic, humor survived like a candle in a draught. "Only 1 penny," a coster shouted, tossing a bruised pear. "Then take 2 to make the first feel company." A tea shop keeper wrote credit extended to those who smile on a board and meant it half as a joke, half as gospel. Laughter stored heat in rooms where coal ran thin. Even when it was dry and crooked, especially then, it built a little bridge between hours that might otherwise have split apart. None of this made poverty noble. It merely made it truthful. The poor did not despise money because they possessed little of it. They understood it intimately, the way a sailor understands wind. They knew where a penny would stumble and where it would stride. They knew when it should be spent to spare a greater cost. Boots rather than gin, tea rather than pride, a doctor rather than a debt a child would later pay. And they knew the danger of a single bad hour, a lost purse, a lost post, a constable's impatience, and suddenly the ledger of pennies collapsed into a chalky smear. So they learned redundancies of the heart. A woman kept a second pawn ticket in a sock and a third in the teapot. A man whispered the name of a sympathetic foreman to his son and marked the man's door with a chalk line only the boy would recognize. A neighbor stored a crust behind a loose brick. Another bundled newspaper against a window's draft with string she would untie and tie again through winter. These were not plans grand enough for speeches, but they were the plans that carried bodies through November. If you walked those streets at dusk and looked carefully, you could see the city's great wealth changing hands by the crumb. A mother broke a slice in thirds and gave the largest to the child who had eaten least, without measurement, guided by the memory of how he had coughed at 4 in the morning. A man put a coin into another man's palm as if passing a secret, and then looked away to spare him the humiliation of thanks. The giving was swift, almost shy, because to linger over it would be to magnify pain. And sometimes, rarer than comets, but they did appear, fortune bent kindly. A foreman reached the end of hiring and found one name left in his head. He called it. The man who rose from the back wore the stunned expression of someone who had just heard a forgotten hymn. That day's wage rippled outward, a ticket redeemed, a pawned shawl returned, a child's cough quieted by an orange bought not for its sweetness, but for its brightness, cut into quarters so each mouth could taste sunlight. At the end of such a day, coins found their resting places, on mantels, in teapots, beneath floorboards that creaked a certain way. The city hushed with the slow decrescendo of markets closing. Doors latched. The last ladle rinsed a clean circle in a basin. Boots leaned against walls like horses dozing. The ledger of pennies never fully slept. Needs woke it again and again. But for an hour it lay still, and families breathed as if their lungs remembered summer. In the dark, a woman unfolded a saved ticket, not to spend it, but to touch proof that tomorrow might be kinder. A man set aside 1 penny, the smallest, and whispered something to it that sounded like a promise. In the house next door, laughter came up through the floor from a neighbor who had burned the onions and made a joke big enough to hide it. The city, breaker and builder of lives, listened to itself and for once seemed to soften. What failed to appear on paper, what no grand ledger caught, was the interest paid in dignity. A cup given without a sermon, a crust without a stare, a name remembered in a long line. These accrued in the body like warmth, payable upon waking. The poor rose in the morning and spent that balance first, before the coins left their hiding places. They spent it on walking straight, on meeting a constable's eye, on waiting 1 more hour in a queue without despair. When the pennies ran out, that balance, invisible and stubborn, kept legs moving. And by the time night returned, the arithmetic, for all its grind and grief, had purchased something real. A room still theirs, a blanket not pawned, a child asleep with crumbs at the corner of his mouth, and a whisper in his dreams that did not sound like hunger. The city would ask again tomorrow, and the pennies would answer again in their small, steady voices. But for now, the ledgers closed, and the hands that kept them, men's hands roughened by rope, women's hands nimble with thread, rested on their laps, palms warm, ready to hold morning when it came. Each wooden box carried more than apples or stone. At dawn, when fog still clung to the Thames like a stubborn blanket, the markets of Covent Garden and the river wharves stirred awake. Crates arrived first, wooden boxes heavy with produce, coal, pottery, or sometimes fragile cargo wrapped in straw. They landed with dull thuds on cobblestones slick with dew, sounding like punctuation in a story the city never stopped telling. For the men waiting, each thud meant opportunity. A crate was not just cargo. It was the possibility of a day's wage, a loaf of bread, a night indoors. The foremen knew this well. They stood at the edge of wagons, coats pulled tight, eyes scanning the ragged crowd. "You, and you," they barked, their fingers sharp as quills. A nod could feed a family. A turned shoulder condemned a man to wander. The workers stepped forward, often before their names were called, eager to show, their shoulders and backs like coinage in flesh. Strong arms were currency. Tired eyes betrayed debt. Crates themselves carried their own kind of judgment. They revealed who among the chosen could endure and who might falter before noon. A box of apples seemed harmless, but the wood edges bit into palms. the weight swelling as hours stretched. Coal crates were worse. Dust seeped into skin, blackened fingernails, coated lungs until every breath rasped. The men worked without gloves, their hands becoming ledgers of scars and calluses. What shocked newcomers was not the weight of the crates, but their endlessness. Wagons kept arriving, produce from countryside farms, goods from distant ports, barrels rolling with the stubborn music of oak. You could stack all morning and never see the end. The city's appetite was insatiable, and the poor fed it with their labor. Between heaves and lifts, men learned to pace themselves. "Steady," whispered a toothless porter named Tom. "Let the weight settle into your back, not just your arms." He had carried crates for years and knew the difference between surviving a shift and collapsing halfway through. Others picked up his wisdom, nodding silently, grateful for instruction disguised as casual remarks. Survival on the docks and markets was as much about rhythm as strength. And still, accidents slipped into the day like unwanted guests. A man misjudged the balance of a crate. It tumbled, cracking an ankle beneath its corner. Another strained too hard and fell clutching his chest, his breath seizing like a lock without a key. Foreman rarely paused for long. A hand waved, a call went out for another worker, and the stream of crates resumed. For the poor, one man's disaster was another man's opening. To step forward when another fell was not cruelty, but necessity. Despite the harshness, camaraderie grew between those bent under the same wood. Men nodded to each other in recognition, a silent contract of mutual endurance. A joke might rise now and then, crooked, dry, but worth more than coins. "This one must be filled with bricks," someone would grunt, and laughter rippled weakly down the line, easing spines for a moment. Humor softened weight. Without it, the crates would crush more than shoulders. Food bought with crate wages tasted better than feasts in mansions. A bowl of soup after hours of lifting seemed a banquet. Bread dipped into broth felt like a reward beyond price. Workers ate slowly, savoring, because each bite carried the knowledge of its cost. Splinters in hands, sweat under collars, backs stiff as iron. The shock was how good hunger could make a crust taste, how deprivation sharpened gratitude like a knife. Women joined this economy too. Some lifted crates alongside men, their skirts tucked high, hair pinned tight against sweat. Others waited nearby, ready to carry away bruised produce, discarded as unsellable but still edible at home. Children sometimes darted between stacks, quick, hands sneaking a dropped apple, their eyes darting like sparrows. Foremen shouted and swatted, but often looked the other way. Better the apple in a child's belly than rotting under a wagon. By noon, the market roared with noise. Costermongers hawking goods, horses stamping, crates slamming in rhythm. The poor became invisible in the chaos, their labor folding into the larger song of commerce. But to them, each box moved was personal. Each coin earned meant the coffin house instead of the rope, bread instead of hunger, coal instead of shivers. Sometimes, late in the day, a crate revealed a strange treasure, a foreign label, a scent of spice, a glimpse of something exotic like oranges, glowing bright against the gray city. Such sights stirred a quiet wonder among the workers. They knew the fruit was destined for tables they would never see, yet its fragrance lingered in their noses as they carried it, a reminder that the world was wider than the narrow lanes of London. Shock arrived on days when no crates needed moving. Men stood idle, their strength useless, their pockets empty. Hunger stalked idleness faster than exhaustion ever could. A day without crates meant a night outdoors, the cold gnawing at bones. Many prayed for heavy wagons, for endless stacks, for aching backs, anything but stillness. When evening came and the last crate thudded into place, silence fell like a blessing. Men stretched stiff arms, rolled sore shoulders, and exhaled the day's burden. Some limped home, others queued at shelters with coins clenched tight. The streets, littered with splinters and apple skins, bore witness to their toil. The city was fed, houses warmed, tables filled, all because crates had moved from wagon to stall, from stall to hand. The weight of crates was more than wood and goods. It was the weight of survival, of dignity, of the fragile line between hunger and a meal, between the rope house and the coffin bed. Each lift, each step, each splinter carried more than cargo. It carried the lives of those who bore it. Behind high walls, poverty wore a uniform of gray. The workhouse loomed over London's poor like a shadow that stretched longer than any street lamp. It was not simply a building, it was a warning. High brick walls and iron gates told the passerby that charity, in this age, was discipline first, and kindness only if it slipped through unnoticed. For those who walked the city with empty pockets and failing strength, the workhouse was both salvation and sentence. To cross its threshold was to admit defeat, and yet for many, it was the last doorway open when all others closed. Children learned its shape early. Mothers used it as a threat whispered in doorways. Eat what you're given, or you'll end up in the house. Men cursed it aloud when ale loosened their tongues. Women carried its name in their eyes when rent was overdue. It was never far from thought, as if the city itself used its bulk to remind the poor, you may fall, but there is always further to fall still. Inside, the order was immediate and absolute. Families entered together but were pulled apart as soon as papers were signed. A husband went one way, a wife another, children funneled into wards by age. Tears were not forbidden, but they were discouraged, and the sound of them quickly learned to die in throats. To lose your kin at the door was the first lesson. The workhouse did not shelter families, it dismantled them. Uniforms followed, coarse gray cloth, scratchy to the skin, issued with the efficiency of a prison. Old clothes, patched, familiar, scented with home, were taken away and locked in storerooms. Some never saw them again. You belong to the house now, a matron might say, though she rarely said it kindly. Belonging meant surrender, of name, of clothes, of the smallest pride. The days were measured in labor, stone breaking, oakum picking, laundry until hands bled with soap and hot water. The tasks were chosen less for usefulness than for their dull grind. Work that wore body and spirit alike. Oakum picking, teasing old ropes apart for ship caulking, left splinters deep in fingertips that no salve relieved. Stone breaking rang in ears long after the hammer was set down, and laundry steamed lungs until coughs rattled in the wards at night. Meals came at fixed hours, bowls of thin gruel, bread cut so precisely it seemed the knife itself knew the rule of scarcity. Sometimes a scrap of meat appeared, though it was boiled into forgetfulness. Children chewed silently, their eyes drifting to doors they could not open. Adults ate with the mechanical patience of those who knew that to complain was to forfeit even this. Shock inside the workhouse was not always loud. It appeared in silences. A woman staring at her hands as if she no longer recognized them, scrubbed raw of rings and memories. A boy who had stopped asking where his mother was. A man humming quietly to himself, keeping time with the rhythm of stone hammers, as if the tune alone could remind him he was still human. There were kindnesses too, though fleeting. A nurse might sneak an extra ladle into a child's bowl, her eyes daring anyone to notice. An old pauper, long since stripped of his own strength, might tell stories to new arrivals, his voice low, filling the cracks left by the silence of separation. Even a shared cough, laughed at together, could remind the workers that they still breathed side by side. The workhouse chapel rang with hymns each Sunday, voices stumbling but earnest. Words of mercy filled the air, though the stone walls seemed to return them tinged with irony. "Thy will be done," the paupers sang, and the echoes seemed to ask, "Whose will?" Yet in those hymns, the men and women glimpsed for a few moments something like community, their voices mingling, refusing to be erased. At night, the dormitories echoed with uneasy sleep. Beds stood in rows, each identical, each narrow. A cough in one corner rolled like thunder across the room. Dreams carried memories of freedom. A walk by the river, a warm kitchen, a child's laughter. Waking from those dreams was the hardest labor of all. And yet, for all its cruelty, the workhouse kept many alive through winter. Without its walls, countless would have perished in the streets. Survival, even in gray cloth, was survival. Some entered with despair and left months later, thin but alive, ready to attempt the city again. Others never left, their final rest taken in the workhouse infirmary, their names entered in neat script in ledgers no one read twice. The workhouse stood as a paradox, hated yet necessary, feared yet crowded. It reminded the city of its failure, even as it claimed to be the solution. It was a monument to Victorian contradictions, industry without mercy, charity with conditions, survival stripped of dignity. One evening, as gas lamps flickered outside and the fog pressed against the iron gates, a boy inside whispered to his bunkmate, "When I get out, I'll never wear gray again." His voice was fierce, trembling with both fear and hope. The other boy nodded, eyes wide in the half-light. In that vow, made softly in the shadows, lived the quiet rebellion that no ledger could erase. A narrow key turned, and the city softened by an inch. In streets where nights were measured by benches and ropes, the promise of a door, one that answered to a key and not a stick, felt like a small miracle spoken in wood and brass. Rooms for the working poor were not grand. They were the width of a bed and a breath, a square of floor an arm and a half long, a window that remembered the sun even when fog forgot. Yet a room, however narrow, bent the world toward gentleness. It put a hinge on time. It said, "You may set something down and find it where you left it." Landladies kept these kingdoms. Their rules were written on slips of card tacked to lintels. No drink, no visitors after 10. Kitchen hours posted like commandments. They watched the hallway as a ship's captain watches weather, reading trouble in the tilt of a hat, the way boots hesitated at the step. Their strictness had reasons. Too many rooms had been lost to carelessness, to candles let wander, to men who mistook a mattress for a hearth. Yet beneath the starch of their voices, a different arithmetic beat on. Many had paid rent with worry once. The best remembered the taste of that fear. They collected coins, but sometimes counted character. A week late, a promise kept, a quiet nod at the stairs. These things became a ledger no bank would honor and no court could enforce. To open a door and pass inside alone was a quiet shock all its own. There stood the bed, narrow but only yours, the chair that wobbled only for you. The basin where water took on a sheen of silver from the window light. The small table held a plate that could wait, a cup that could be empty without being claimed by someone else's thirst. On the sill, a line of dust caught the afternoon. Behind the stove, a crumb of bread from the last tenant made you forgive the room for not being brand new. It was old in the friendly way of a book already opened by others. The first night in such a room carried a ceremony. A coat, hung. Boots, faced neatly like two horses resting. Coins, tipped from pocket to tabletop and counted twice, then tucked into a place newly invented, beneath the mattress, inside the hem, under the basin where fingers would remember to feel. The candle was lit slowly, as if the flame should be introduced to the walls. This is warmth. This is light. This is our agreement. You turned down the sheet and discovered its scratch looked worse than it felt, and the straw in the mattress sighed the way hay does in a barn, an old, sweet breath. Between the blanket and the city lay one pane of glass and a key. It was enough to sleep. Neighbors made the house a village. From the next room came the soft thud of a book closing, someone reading by thrifted candle ends. From below, the shovel of coal at the kitchen stove. Across the landing, laughter that failed and tried again. Names arrived by degrees. Mr. Toller, who mended umbrellas and never lacked for conversation on weather. Mrs. Drew, who laundered shirts so clean they reflected faces back at men who had forgotten the habit of looking. Two sisters who stitched for a milliner and kept a jar of buttons like treasure, sorted by shine. A boy, messenger fast, slept in the box room off the landing and paid his rent partly in errands and partly in whistled tunes. The hallway collected their lives the way a brook gathers leaves, carrying them past one another with just enough eddy for greeting. Kitchens in lodging houses were theaters of modest alchemy. A pot could make cabbage noble, given patience, and a sliver of bacon saved like a secret. Spoons clinked in a fellowship older than sermons. Tea talked in cups. Bread grew heavy with steam and waited to be torn into civility. People learned each other's rhythms, who liked the early hob, who sat with a newspaper propped against the teapot, who slipped an extra ladle toward a tenant, coughing into his sleeve. A woman stirred a pot clockwise because her mother had. A man soaked peas overnight because someone's grandmother advised him once on a doorstep. Across such small obediences, hunger loosened its grip. Paydays, when they came, brightened the stairwell like fresh paint. Boots sounded confident. The mirror at the bottom of the stairs, foxed with age, but still persuaded by a cloth, caught a glimpse of pride as men straightened collars and women tied shawls with particular care. Some coins went at once to practical things: soap that smelled faintly of pine, needles that bit thread like tame fish, a new pot mitt to rescue lids without yelping. Others were saved without moving. They lived as decisions. Rent first, coal before meat, boots before gin, doctor before bravado. In homes where the arithmetic had failed for too long, learning this order felt like teaching a hand to write again. The letters were wobbly at first, then steadier, then a line you could read by any light. Shock when it came to rooms, seldom slammed doors. It tapped, it waited, it crept in as the envelope you hoped for did not arrive, as the cap that should have been returned at the end of a shift remained lost at the bottom of a crate, as a cough grew from punctuation into a sentence. The landlady knocked in the way they do when they want to be stern, but fear they may need to be kind. "Saturday," she reminded, and you nodded with your hand already in your pocket, touching the last good coin as if reassurance could breed. You promised, and meant it, and went to the market to find a foreman who might be persuaded by your cadence of "please, sir," by the straightness of your spine, by the way your shoulders haunted for work. Yet for every door that closed with a sigh, another fell open of its own weight. At the pawn shop, a ring traveled out of one life and back again. In the kitchen, A slice of bread tore bigger than intended and became 2 portions by accident that pleased the giver. A night of fog thinned into a morning of pale sun that through the window made the basin look like polished pewter. When you set the cup down on the sill, steam crossed the glass. For a moment, the outside world blurred kindly, and you were simply a person existing in a square of warmth, in possession of your breath, your key, your cup. There were rituals for staying afloat, shoes placed sole to sole by the bed so the leather could remember its shape, a penny placed under the candle holder as if to teach money about light. The window cracked a finger width before sleep so the room could trade stale air for stars. Some wrote their names on the underside of the chair, not to shout ownership, but to ask the wood to learn it. Others pricked the corner of a page in the Bible or a book of poems, so that a thumb, in the dark, could find something tender to hold. These talismans mattered. They stitched time into a fabric strong enough to fold over the knees on cold evenings. Sundays belonged to water. Public baths steamed like small miracles. A few coins bought hot privacy, and people came out with skin pinked and spirits renewed, as if cleanliness were a form of credit extended by the body to the will. Back in the room, clothes, washed in the basin, wrung against thighs, hung from lines that turned the air into a soft tent. The smell of soap and damp linen made the place smell briefly like a shop where everything was possible. On those afternoons, men polished boots until they shone like stout theology, and women mended seams with the same concentration a scholar gives a footnote. Nothing in the city was louder than a quiet room after a bath. Letters traveled too. Short notes with cramped script. Arrived safe. Rent due. We'll have it. The cough eases. A postman's knock could be a drum roll or a sorrow. A line from a brother in the country bringing news of harvest gave soup a better flavor. A stamp from a daughter in service on the other side of town turned the candle into a lamp. People saved envelopes, not only for addresses but for the way paper held a voice once. Tucked in the Bible or under the mattress, letters propped up hope like a wedge under a leg of an uneven table. Sometimes a room asked more than coins. It asked for care of the person next door. The boy in the box room had fever. The sisters brewed willow bark and cooled his forehead with a cloth. Mr. Toller thundered down the steps for the doctor and paid him not with money, but by mending a broken rib in the physician's umbrella, exchanging stitches the way neighbors do. Afterward, the landlady placed a saucer of milk on the boy's windowsill each morning. And when a stray cat appeared there, sensible creature, nobody chased it off. The house learned to hold such small mercies, the way an old coat learns to fit a new shoulder. There were departures. A gentleman with a stammer took the front room for a month, while his own house underwent repairs. And every morning, he left a folded newspaper on the hall chair for whomever might read it next. A woman with a singer's voice kept her scores in a battered case and practiced barely above a whisper. When she left for a chorus tour, she donated 2 blankets to the landlady with a note, "For anyone who arrives cold." The blankets went to a widow on the top floor when her husband's coat ceased to be enough. Goodbyes were subdued, honed by habit, but the memory of generosity stayed like a warmed stone in a pocket. Winter, when it stood at the door and inhaled through the cracks, taught more lessons. Drafts were defeated by newspaper wedged with a butter knife. A tile set on the stove held heat like a bank. Another wrapped in flannel warmed the bed's footboard before courage got under the blanket. Feet learned to find the warm patch quicker each night. Breath clouded the glass and then wrote its name upon it. Sometimes frost drew lace on the window while you slept, designs so delicate you hesitated to breathe near them for fear of unpicking. The city outside was gray and iron. Inside, the candle made a circle of amber that pretended to be summer. The pretense worked an hour at a time, and that was all an hour asked. Shock came like a match falling, a cry in the stairwell, a wisp of smoke, a pan forgotten in the kitchen, a flare. But even then the house moved as one body. Kettles brought like soldiers, blankets flung, doors propped. The landlady commanding with a voice that brooked no argument. The singe on the paint remained, a brown curl like an old scar, and for weeks the room smelled faintly of blackened toast. In that scent hid gratitude, the kind that does not announce itself because it has too much to do early the next morning. Spring replaced the air without asking permission. Windows rose like eyelids. Shirts flapped on lines across the yard, stiff with wind. The first violets appeared in a chipped teacup on Mrs. Drew's sill. The boy from the box room ran errands twice as fast because the sun weighed less than fog. With daylight stretching, coins stretched too. Candles lasted longer. The stove ate less coal. Steps felt lighter, which is a currency no banknotes but every knee keeps on account. Someone placed a pot of mint on the kitchen shelf and instructed all in its use with the confidence of a royal physician. For belly, for breath, for courage. Leaves cost nothing and made water taste as if a field had greeted it. Work shifted with the weather. Market days grew busy, evenings shortened in the best way. A man saved an extra shilling by June and bought a second shirt. He stood taller in it, not because the cloth held shape, but because his life did. A woman finished a set of 6 collars for a gentleman and bought herself a ribbon, the color of the underside of a pigeon's wing. She wore it to church, and there it surprised a smile from a neighbor who had not smiled since Michaelmas. Beauty, even borrowed, paid interest in human looks. Rooms collect time the way shells collect sea whisper. By autumn, the chair remembered the weight of your elbow. The table knew where your hand would land in the dark. The key turned without fuss, as if the door had learned your footstep in the hall and welcomed it. When the city growled, as cities do, the room answered in a quieter voice. You are not the whole story. Sit a while, put the kettle on. And then there was the future, which loved to dress as ordinary present. A woman placed 2 extra pennies in a jar labeled rainy, and smiled to herself at the joke of saving weather. A man folded his railway reference and slid it into a proper envelope, as if paper could become a path by being respected. The boy in the box room moved out one Thursday, leaving behind a note on the mantel. Thank you for the milk. I will whistle around this corner again. The sisters stitched until midnight for 3 nights running, and then posted a parcel to a cousin in Leeds, their own return address written with a flourish, because at last there was an address to write. In the end, the room did not lift anyone into riches. It did something steadier. It made room for decency to stand up and stretch. It lengthened patience by a candle's width. It kept the rain on the right side of the glass and the cold off the bone enough for the body to consider tomorrow. It taught the hand to set the cup down gently and the heart to listen for neighbors' footsteps with more curiosity than fear. Within its 4 walls, the city's roar dimmed to a purr, and sleep, no longer something you wrestled for on a bench or bargained for with a rope, arrived like a friend who knew where the spare key was kept. One small flame steadied the room against the dark. Even the grandest stories, my dear friend, return at last to a room, a bed, and the hush of night. After the long journey, through penny sit-ups, rope hangovers, coffin houses, markets heavy with crates, and the gray walls of the workhouse, we come back to something smaller and far more precious: the simple circle of candlelight at the end of the day. Picture it now. The window pane holds the outline of the city, blurred by evening fog. The room is still, just a chair, a table, a bed with its narrow mattress, and yet it feels like a fortress compared to the open streets. On the sill, the last of the day's breath fogs the glass, then fades. A candle is struck, the flame blooming gently, painting gold across whitewashed walls. This is not grandeur. It is sanctuary. Coins have been counted, tucked safely away. Boots stand by the door like loyal sentries, mud dried at their heels. The basin reflects the light in a shallow pool. The landlady's footsteps have quieted, her rounds complete. Neighbors murmur through walls like distant lullabies. Someone coughing, someone laughing softly, a kettle sighing as it cools. The building breathes as one, each tenant folded into its lungs. It is here, in this hush, that gratitude arrives. Not loud, not demanding, but steady, like a hand placed gently on a shoulder. Gratitude for work found, for pennies saved, for bread still on the table, for a lock that turns from the inside. Gratitude, too, for what was endured. The rope cutting into ribs, the benches that stole sleep, the coffins lined in rows. Survival was never pretty, but it was real, and it carried the body forward to this candle's circle. Shock has had its moments. Accidents on the docks, cries in the workhouse, mothers pawning rings, children fading in doorways. Those echoes remain, and they must, for they belong to the truth of the city. Yet the flame does not waver beneath their memory. Instead, it steadies. It says, the story holds both shadow and light. And tonight, for now, you are on the side of light. The bed waits. Its straw and thin blanket are not luxurious, but they are yours. To lie down here is not to be measured by a monitor's stick, not to be jolted by a rope falling at dawn, not to be counted among rows of coffins. It is to stretch your body fully, to breathe evenly, to feel, if only for these hours, like someone restored to humanity. A narrow bed can cradle dignity as well as rest. Beyond the window, London mutters in its sleep. Hooves strike cobbles, carts creak, bells mark the hour. Somewhere a baby cries. Somewhere a song rises from a tavern. Somewhere a constable turns his lamp into an alley. The city does not stop, but it softens at this distance. From within the circle of the candle, the noises blur into one low hymn of existence, neither threatening nor welcoming, simply present. And tomorrow waits. Work to be found, coins to be earned, meals to be stretched, neighbors to be greeted, letters perhaps to arrive. Tomorrow may carry setback or relief, sorrow or grace, but tonight is not tomorrow. Tonight is only this: a key turned, a bed waiting, a candle burning low. What lingers is choice, not the grand kind, but the small ones that shape a life. To save rather than spend, to help a neighbor rather than turn away, to sing softly in the workhouse, to share a crust at the market, to place a coin in another's palm without waiting for thanks. These choices, carried day after day, build a bridge sturdier than stone. So the candle dwindles. Shadows stretch, then merge. The room exhales, and with it, you too can breathe deeply. Think of the penny shelters in coffin houses, of crates lifted, of gray uniforms in the workhouse, of the room with its small window. All steps on a ladder, some broken, some whole, but all carrying us here, to this night. And from here, the story does not close. It stays ajar, like a door left on its latch, letting in the cool night air. Beyond lies the rest of life, work yet to do, kindness yet to give, hope yet to keep alive. The flame bends low, but does not die until sleep itself arrives to blow it out. Rest now. The city can wait until morning. Your bed is yours, your breath steady, your story still unfolding. Sleep gently, and let tomorrow find you in peace.